The land of the rising sun has entered the battlefield, folks. Japan is known for its sushi, but today, it's serving up some serious strategy and precision in this war. Tintrung Thuk News better watch out. Those samurai skills might just slice through the competition like hot wasabi. Will Japan form a tech alliance or go solo? Stay tuned. The Amazon is blazing as Brazil storms onto the battlefield with an army of flags, led by the passionate Fernai Gaming. They're ready to samba their way to victory, but will they bring the heat or just a tropical breeze? Meanwhile, let's be real, who needs coffee when you can have those Brazilian vibes? Things are heating up, and the jungle's alive with action. The Philippines is storming into the battlefield, and it looks like Bryson Daza 591 is ready to unleash the tropical fury. Watch out for those epic island-hopping tactics. Famous for both karaoke and calamari, they're bringing the party and the fight. Can they outswim the competition, or will they get caught in the crossfire? Italy has just unleashed a pasta-fueled invasion with Mr. Marcoinf leading the charge. Just imagine the chaos as spaghetti bolognese bombs rain down on unsuspecting opponents. You can't fight off the deliciousness. But wait, will the culinary combatants face off against those pizza-loving foes or forge an alliance over a shared love for carbs? The tension is as thick as a creamy risotto. The battlefield is heating up as India charges onto the scene, with a staggering number of reinforcements. Sravanavarma 7191 is rallying the troops like a boss, but wait. Duckaming 900 is bringing in Vietnam to stir the pot. And what's this? Fernie Gaming is laying down some AK-47 fire like it's a dance party. Meanwhile, Kukieto Moto Y9P is trying to recruit Team Bricks with a relentless parade of Algeria flags. The chaos is palpable, and I can almost hear the curry simmering from the Indian front as they prepare to spice things up. Chaos erupts as Vietnam storms the battlefield, rallied by Doga TV 2008 and Nauthan SN9Q. But watch out, Kazakhstan, with Eva Bachuzana R8D leading the charge, is not backing down, flooding the field with a sea of flags. Meanwhile, Ukraine, thanks to Dame Eat88 SSS, is bringing the heat with relentless support, and India, represented fiercely by Sravanavarma 7191, is ready to spice things up with some diplomatic curry. Will Vietnam rise to the occasion, or will they get lost in translation? Chaos erupts as Brazil storms the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of players, led by the unstoppable Fernai Gaming. But watch out! Ukraine, spearheaded by Damir888 Sis, is rallying its troops with fierce determination, ready to take on the South American giant. Meanwhile, at Sravani Varma 7191 keeps calling in reinforcements from India, while at Doga TV 2008 sends in Vietnam for unexpected surprises. Can you believe it? With Germany's relentless march led by at Janiklas 5109. We might just see a clash of titans and a beer fest afterwards. Just keep it away from the battlefield. Germany is storming the battlefield with an overwhelming wave. At Janiklas, 5109 is rallying the troops. Meanwhile, Vietnam, under fierce leadership from at Doga TV 2008, is holding its ground with an army of supporters ready to launch a rice noodle surprise attack. Ukraine at Damir 888 is determined to defend its territory, but with the Vietnam squad growing like a bamboo forest, it might just get outnumbered. And look, Uzbekistan Mezushi 85 is quietly amassing their forces, proving that sometimes patience pays off more than a quick pilaf. The battlefield is heating up as India steps onto the front lines, charging forward with the strength of a billion. But hold on to your seat, because Vietnam is launching a full-on invasion with troops pouring in from every corner like they're on a never-ending spring roll party. Meanwhile, Ukraine is putting up a mighty resistance, sending waves of blue and yellow into the fray, while Germany is steadfastly strategizing in the background, ready to unleash their efficiency at any moment. And who could forget the curious presence of Belize, popping in like that unexpected guest who brings the best snacks? Keep those comments coming, warriors. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam charges forward, led by the relentless Ats Doga TV2 and the mighty Ats Nguyen Nguyen JV9Q. Seems like they're on a mission to turn the tide of this war. The Ukrainian forces, represented by Victor Linik, are rallying with a staggering show of emojis, ready to defend their honor and make those stereotypical borscht jokes a reality. Meanwhile, the German brigade, with at Janiklas 5109 leading the charge, is stacking up their numbers like they're preparing for Oktoberfest. Will it be a beer fest or a battle fest? And hold on, here comes at Tukan with Australia in the ring, probably armed with a boomerang and a barbecue. Let's see if that can turn the tide. Chaos erupts as India enters the battlefield, rallying support from the ever-persistent at Sravani Varma 7191, while Germany sends a wave of flags like a blitzkrieg, led by at Janiklas 5109. Meanwhile, at Doga TV 2008's Vietnam is declaring all-out war with supporters chanting their name like it's a K-pop concert, intensifying the clash. And what's this? At Alan N3V8N is bringing in the Russian forces in overwhelming numbers, ready to shift the tide. Let's just hope they remember to bring borscht to the battlefield. It's hard to win without a hearty meal. The battlefield is heating up as Norway, led by at Astrid Li3Y, takes a stand against the relentless waves of India from at Sravani Varma 7191. Meanwhile, Germany, represented by at Janiklas 5109, is rolling out the red carpet for an invasion, sending troops in droves. And here comes Vietnam, with @DogaTV2 Zone 8 and @ChungQ5C rallying the troops, attempting to outmaneuver both the Germans and the Indians, just like how they outmaneuvered their last dinner. Keep your eyes peeled as Russia, with @AlanN3V8N raising the flag high, joins the fray, possibly plotting a Cold War against the tropical vibes of Indonesia from @NoerUF. Things are getting spicy, folks. Chaos erupts as Deutschland and its relentless armored forces clash with the bustling troops from India, who are channeling all their curry power into this battle. Meanwhile, Norway stands by, sipping coffee and watching the mayhem unfold, probably wondering why they didn't bring their Viking ships to join the fray. But wait. Russia is launching a surprise attack with wave after wave of troops. @AlanN3V8N must be thrilled, ready to unleash a bear-sized brawl. And just when you think it couldn't get wilder, Afghanistan and Vietnam are rallying their forces, preparing for a spicy showdown packed with bold flavors and fierce determination. The battlefield is heating up as Afghanistan keeps sending waves of troops led by Amir Mohammed 94-5. Meanwhile, India and Norway are trying to form an unbreakable alliance, with Shravanarma 7191 and Astrid Li3Y strategizing over cups of chai and fjords. Watch out for the Russian onslaught led by AlanN3V8N, which looks like a Red Army parade gone rogue. And look who's joined the fray: Indonesia, bringing a spice of excitement courtesy of Freddy Jaya Saputra. Now that's a lineup that could make any geography teacher proud. The battlefield is heating up as the USA charges in with overwhelming force, led by the relentless Charlin Patreki, still trying to assert dominance despite a sea of Afghan fighters streaming in from Amir Mohammed 9045, determined to defend their territory. Meanwhile, @AlanN3V8N's Russia is forming a fearsome alliance, chanting for reinforcements like it's a hockey match. And let's not forget Norway. @Astrid Li3Y is quietly plotting from the sidelines, probably trying to figure out if they should bring the Lutefisk or just surrender peacefully. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic clash of international titans? The battlefield is heating up as the Philippines, represented by @LizzyW2HM4D, launches a massive wave of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Norway, led by @Astrid Li3Y, is gearing up for a frosty attack, while Russia, commanded by @AlanN3V8N, is amassing troops like there's no tomorrow. Watch out, they might just bring an army of vodka. Don't forget Turkey, with @Alatarak4899 and @Tugbazdemir3490 rallying their forces, ready to prove that they don't just make the best kebabs but also the fiercest warriors. Ukraine is on high alert thanks to @Victor Linik, and Afghanistan, led by @Amir Mohammed 94-5, is not backing down. Talk about a spicy clash. And just in, Indonesia, represented by @Hafiz4338, is ready to mix up the action with their own bold strategies. Buckle up, this war is about to get wildly entertaining. The battle lines are drawn with the Philippines charging onto the field with an endless wave of flag energy. Meanwhile, Norway and the USA are forming alliances. Will they team up to take on the massive Russian bear roaring back with its own legion? Watch out, Turkey is sneaking in with strategic moves, and the UAE is not backing down either. Did you know that the Philippines has over 7,000 islands? They must have an island for every flag they just threw into this conflict. Keep those comments coming, warriors. Vietnam is launching an all-out assault with Thanh Nguyen leading the charge. But wait, here comes Korea on the defensive, led by the relentless Im Juyol, ready to counterattack with a wave of high-tech drama. Meanwhile, Alan N3V8N is rallying the Russian troops in a seemingly endless parade of reinforcements. It's like they're preparing for a winter wonderland, but with battle tanks. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, @Skybox563 declares the United States is entering the fray, bringing flashy fireworks and maybe a few fast food chains along for the ride. This is a global showdown like no other. Action is heating up as Korea, led by the fierce Im Juyol F1Q, prepares for a showdown against the relentless forces of the USA, rallied by Sherlin Petrecki and Tkov3. Meanwhile, Russia, with Alan N3V8N and Okasti Chelik Rus, is flexing its muscles, looking like a winter wonderland of troops ready to march. And don't sleep on Morocco, sending in a surprise attack led by OMG Nadine. Who knew Tagines could pack such a punch? It's a culinary clash of nations, and only the strongest will survive. The battlefield is set ablaze as the Philippines storms the front lines, led by the unstoppable Lizzie W2HM4D ready to unleash their tropical thunder. But hold up, India is not backing down with Robenpetal 6314, bringing the curry heat, while Korea, represented fiercely by Im Juyol F1Q, is launching surprise attacks like they're in a K-drama fight scene. Meanwhile, Russia is throwing down a winter offensive, with Okasti Chelik Rus and Alan N3V8N turning the battlefield into a snowstorm of vodka-fueled chaos. And let's not forget the stealthy maneuvers of Vietnam, as Tran Huyen leads the charge with an army of loyal fans. This is more intense than trying to cook spaghetti for your Italian grandma. The battlefield is heating up. Korea is storming in, led by the relentless Im Juyol F1Q, while Vietnam, with an unwavering front, rolls in with waves of reinforcements from Tran Huyen and Mintate. Meanwhile, Australia's Regensen 7988 is not holding back, sending in troops like it's a barbecue cook-off. And look, Russia is doubling down, as Okasti Chelik Res and Alan N3V8N unleash their mighty forces and seem to think they own the ice. Who knew diplomacy could be this much fun? Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of support from Chen Huyen, while Pedrodot's Y4C Spain is attempting a daring flanking maneuver. The Philippines, led by Lizzie W2HM4D, is rallying its forces for a massive airstrike. And oh, look out! Russia's Okasti Chelik Rus is counterattacking with a barrage of reinforcements. Did you know that Vietnam can grow a rice crop on less land than it takes to grow a single avocado? Talk about tactical agriculture. Meanwhile, Norway fans are serenading their foes with Let It Go. But will the cold chill of winter halt the fiery battles ahead? This is pure chaos, folks. Vietnam is charging in with an unstoppable wave of support, led by @Trun Huy Nhut and @Tringhung 2017. But wait, @Misa Ebrahim Day's Egypt is rallying its forces for a classic pyramid scheme of tactics. Meanwhile, @Okasti Chelik Rus is putting up a formidable front with a battalion of Russians that just won't quit. It's like they're all vying for the most dedication medal. Don't forget @Happy5Z7Es Bold Canada, always ready to apologize their way into the fray. Who's your money on, folks? An all-out frenzy is erupting as Indonesia enters the battlefield with overwhelming reinforcements, sending wave after wave of troops. But can mighty Russia stand firm against such relentless enthusiasm? @Pakamara seems doubtful, and @Alan N3V8N is rallying his comrades, chanting for victory. Meanwhile, Vietnam's forces are multiplying like bunnies as @Trun Huy Nhut sends reinforcements into the fray, declaring Big Vietnam with unwavering pride. And oh boy, don't underestimate the Philippines. @Merchunkyblocks is bringing the hype with a tsunami of flag power. This is a chaotic smorgasbord of nations battling for supremacy. Who will emerge victorious in the Battle of the Flags? Keep those comments coming, troops. Vietnam is charging onto the battlefield like a caffeine-fueled rice farmer, led by the relentless @Trun Huy Nhut. Meanwhile, Canada is trying to hold the line, but their maple syrup diplomacy isn't cutting it against the Russian bear, who is unrelenting with @Alan N3V8N rallying the troops. And wait, the Philippines are entering the fray with an impressive army of support from @Merchunkyblocks, ready to unleash their karaoke skills as secret weapons. Look out for those battle cries of "I love Vietnam," echoed across the war zone. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as the Philippines storms in with an unstoppable wave of support from Lizzie and Pakamara. Meanwhile, Norway, led by the relentless Astrid, seems to have formed an alliance that even IKEA would envy. Good luck assembling that. The USA flexes its muscles alongside the UK because why not throw a tea party in the middle of a war? Oh, and what's this? Iraq is trying to outshine everyone with a declaration of big plans. Hold on to your hats, folks. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier. Here comes Vietnam, ready to declare its own rhythm in the chaos. The battlefield is buzzing with the fierce clash between Jordan and South Korea as Hashem Khalid P9P rallies the troops of Jordan, only to be met with an overwhelming storm of Korean flags from Imjul F1Q. Meanwhile, Sun H5s and Linthao 4726 are leading the charge for Vietnam, is declaring they are number one. It's like a karaoke battle of nations where everyone sings their own praises. But let's be real. If this were a food fight, Korea would be tossing kimchi like there's no... Norway is storming the battlefield with an unrelenting shout, claiming dominance and drawing the attention of everyone. Meanwhile, South Korea is rallying troops with the power of relentless emojis, showing incredible stamina like a K-pop concert that just won't end. But wait. The Philippines is rising up, absolutely flooding the chat with reinforcements, proving they've got the power to party harder than anyone else in this war. Who will seize the day next? The tension is palpable. The battlefield is heating up with South Korea leading the charge, and Imjul F1Q is rallying countless troops. Norway is holding a relentless siege with Astrid Li3Y chanting for reinforcements, shouting, Norway like it's a power-up mantra. Meanwhile, Mongolia is not backing down either, with Duai making some serious noise. Vietnam is marching in strong with Mr. Han Vietnam and S9I. And let's us not forget the Philippines, led by Chunky Block Steve, gaining ground with sheer enthusiasm. Can someone please remind our friends that the only thing Norway's ever successfully invaded is the IKEA showroom? A massive wave of Norwegians is crashing into the battlefield. Astrid Li3Y is rallying the troops, screaming Norway like it's a war cry. Meanwhile, Fuanai 493 is forming an unstoppable Thai-Laotian alliance, but can they hold off the Korean juggernaut led by Seokyeol Sokolsa? And look out, because the Vietnamese forces, with S9I leading the chant, are gearing up for an epic clash, while Beta 177 Ronado's Malaysians are rolling in like a tide of satay and sambal. It's a chaotic free-for-all, folks. The battlefield is heating up with Malaysia storming in with an impressive wave of forces led by @Beta 1777 Renato. But wait, Vietnam is retaliating fiercely with @Dat S9I and @Fachao 875 rallying for a major counter-offensive. Norway is trying to claim the crown with a shoutout from @Astrid Li3Y. But can they stand against the unity of Indonesia, showing up in great numbers thanks to @Supriyat3543? Meanwhile, @Pakamer senses the tension. Oh no, Vietnam is cooked, as they brace for the impending clash. Will seafood or fjord win the day? Grab your popcorn, folks, because this war just got spicy. Intense clashes are erupting as South Korea rallies a massive force, with @Imjuel F1Q leading the charge. Poland's @Jolanta Kazmir Chak 3888 stands ready, while Malaysia, spearheaded by @Beta 177 Renato, floods the battlefield with reinforcements. Meanwhile, Vietnam, represented by the unstoppable @S9I, claims its territory with relentless determination. Fun fact: Malaysians are known for their delicious street food, but can it compete with Vietnam's legendary foe in this battle? The tension is palpable, folks. USA storms the battlefield again, roaring with power as @PS3S Scout 666 rallies the troops. Meanwhile, Malaysia, led by @Beta 1777 Renato, is sending waves of reinforcements. Those flag emojis are practically a tidal wave. Norway, through Astrid Li3Y, is establishing a snowy stronghold, attempting to freeze out the competition with an avalanche of enthusiasm. Who knew Norwegians loved war this much? And let's not forget Indonesia, represented fiercely by @Muhammad K9Y7B. Pulling a classic, "You can't stop us. We thrive on chaos maneuver." But watch out, Vietnam, helmed by @Dat S9I and @Bathian Tran 01T, is coming in strong with a heart emoji that could just win over the battlefield. It's like a meme war out there. Who knew national pride looked so good in colorful emojis? Let the battle continue. What a battlefield we have here. Vietnam is launching a relentless wave of troops, led by Tantai 116 and Dat S9I, while the USA, feeling bold under the command of PS3 Scout 666, is ready to counter-strike. And wait, Malaysia, under the relentless leadership of Beta 1777 Renato and M10 Brooker, is staging a surprise alliance with Indonesia, who refuses to back down despite the odds. Did you know that Malaysians love their food as much as they love their flags? The only thing fiercer than this battle is the rivalry over who makes the best rendang. Hold on tight, folks, chaos reigns. What a skirmish we've got brewing. Malaysia is rallying a relentless army led by Beta 1777 Renato and M10 Brooker, while Indonesia, represented fervently by Mayana P1D, is gearing up for a showdown. But wait, Norway is dropping in relentlessly like a Viking raid, thanks to Kleeper and Astrid Li3Y, who seem to have turned this into a Scandinavian takeover. Meanwhile, Vietnam, with the support of Thaihatron 7371 and Tantai 116, is ready to unleash its secret weapon, a never-ending supply of foe. Who's ready for these nations to clash? Chaos reigns as the Russian forces, led by the relentless Vova Y1J5Y, flood the battlefield with a sea of red from their uniforms, while Malaysia, represented fiercely by Beta 1777 Renato and the mighty M10 Brooker, is gearing up for an all-out culinary war to bring sambal to the forefront. Meanwhile, Vietnam's unstoppable army, supported by a wave of passionate troops from Thaihatron 7371 and Nguyen 6961, charges forward, ready to claim victory with their delicious foe. And what's this? Norway is throwing its hat into the ring with Kleeper, but let's be honest, they'll just be building cabins and bringing the trolls instead. Vietnam is storming the battlefield with a relentless wave of excitement. Min Chang Nguyen leads the charge, rallying the troops with an epic shout of Vietnam as the nation prepares for a showdown. But wait, Indonesia is not backing down. Mohammed K9Y7V has summoned the tropical warriors, ready to clash with the mighty Vietnamese forces. Meanwhile, Malaysia's forces, led by Beta 777 Ronaldo, are gearing up for a strategic ambush, armed with a heavy dose of satay and a penchant for football rivalries. Buckle up, folks, this battle is heating up faster than a bowl of pho. Chaos erupts as Iraq fires up with a massive deployment from at Mosiashiaba 9Q, while Vietnam is rallying troops like it's a never-ending buffet at Hong Kong Gok 2311's place. Meanwhile, Myanmar's forces are trying to keep up with the onslaught, as at Mr. Socks 823 keeps sending reinforcements. Looks like everybody wants a piece of the action, but who will come out on top? Fun fact, did you know that Norway has more fjords than it has tourists? Well, it better send some of those tourists to help out because it's about to get real messy in here. The battlefield is heating up as Myanmar is rallying troops from all corners, led by the relentless at Mr. Socks 823, while Vietnam's forces, spearheaded by at Quang Bang Nok 2311 and at Dat S9I, are flooding the lines with sheer determination and national pride. Meanwhile, the Russians, energized by at Vova Y1J5Y's endless support, are preparing for a massive invasion, but they'll have to watch out for those sneaky Norwegians over at Cooper, who seem ready to defend their fjords at all costs. And let's not forget India's spirited squad from at Me Too, Buha, because who doesn't love a good curry in the thick of war? Buckle up, folks, this conflict is anything but boring. Norway is launching an all-out blitz with an avalanche of support from the viewers. The relentless @Clipper and @Astrij Li3Y have their Nordic forces ready to dominate the battlefield, while @Vova Y1J5Y is ensuring Russia stands strong like vodka at a party, unshakable. Meanwhile, @Beta Weven 777 Renato is flying the Malaysian flag high, hoping to mix it up in this frenzy. Fun fact: Norway is known for its stunning fjords, but today, we might just see some rivers of rivalry instead. In a surprising twist, the Philippines, led by @Jule Mendoza 673, is rallying the audience, ready to unleash some tropical heat, while Myanmar, courtesy of @Mr. Sox 823, is not far behind, strategizing the most dynamic diplomacy between regions. And wait, what's this? Indonesia, helmed by @Univertal, is entering the fray too, bringing sambal and spice to this heated skirmish. What will happen next? Chaos is brewing. Malaysia storms the front line, led by Betaben 77 Renato, ready to unleash a tropical monsoon of havoc. Meanwhile, in Russia, under Vova Y1J5Y's command, is launching a confidence campaign with an endless parade of troops, possibly fueled by vodka and memes about bears. But wait, Vietnam, represented fiercely by Hong Bang Ok.2311 and an army of supporters, is preparing to counterattack with a wave of bamboo strategies and street food distractions. Sample. And just when you thought things couldn't get wilder, the Netherlands, brought in by Joshua van der Meer, is deploying their classic cheese and tulips to distract the opposition. This is what global conflict looks like. Who will seize victory in the Battle of the Flags? The battle lines are drawn as Norway, led by the relentless @Astrij Li3Y, continues to march across the war-torn landscape, shouting Norway like it's a battle cry. But then, boom, the USA joins the fray, thanks to @Chishing5Cs, bringing some serious firepower. Meanwhile, Indonesia is launching wave after wave, with the unstoppable @Didotsaga Wenzo9 and @Rizkiki L3U rallying their forces like it's a never-ending buffet of nasi goreng. Hold on tight. @Y14 Lengyans Vietnam just joined the skirmish, and they're ready to make some noise as well. Did you know Norway's national dish is raspabala? Well, get ready, because this war just became a feast of chaos. battlefield is heating up as Indonesia, led by Azmi Yasir Ramadan, makes a thunderous advance with a wave of troops. Malaysia's ZZSFS is not backing down, rallying an overwhelming force of support. Meanwhile, India, represented fiercely by Mitu Guha and U46 Gamers 15, is charging into the fray, ready to showcase their spicy curry strategy against the competition. But wait, Mongolia enters the scene with Die 525's unrelenting cavalry, while Norway, championed by Astrid Li3Y, is creating a chilling effect with their relentless persistence. Is it too cold for these tropical nations to handle? Grab your popcorn, because this virtual war is about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up as Malaysia storms the front lines with reinforcements from @QW13FA and @ZZSFS, while Norway has summoned an army of Norwegians thanks to the relentless @Astrid Li3Y. Indonesia is also making waves with massive support from @Azmi Yasir Ramadan and @Rizkeki L3U, creating a trident of chaos in the arena. And let's not forget Mongolia's booming presence thanks to @Die 525, bringing that steely grit, just like their horses. What's next? A karaoke battle to see who can sing the national anthem the loudest. The battlefield is heating up as Mongolia's legions rally with an overwhelming show of strength. Die 525 is leading the charge with a relentless wave of chance. But wait, Indonesia's troops are not backing down. Rizkeki L3U is sending in reinforcements faster than you can say Bali. Meanwhile, Norway is on a flag-waving spree thanks to Astrid Li3. This Nordic force is out for victory, one fjord at a time, and hold the phone because India is mobilizing fast. With a determined push from Mithu Guha, can they outpace the hungry bears of Norway? Let's not forget Myanmar's stealthy ambush by Misox 823. Will they make a surprise comeback? This war zone is packed with strategy and memes. Who will emerge victorious in this epic clash of nations? Chaos erupts as Iraq, India and Mongolia rally their forces. Abbas E-8F Force is launching a furious assault with wave after wave of Iraqi troops, while Mithu Guha counters with the unstoppable might of India. And don't overlook Mongolia, led by 525, whose cavalry is ready to charge into the fray like a herd of confused cats. Meanwhile, Omaporn Pinmani 5835's Thailand is trying to broker peace, while ZZZZSFS and Rizkeki L3 use Malaysia and Indonesia ally like rice and chili paste, usually a perfect combination. And let's not forget about Norway. whose relentless enthusiasm is turning the land of fjords into a winter wonderland battlefront. Chaos erupts as India storms the battlefield with reinforcements from Mito Guha, loudly declaring their presence 4 times over. Meanwhile, Indonesia, represented fiercely by Rizakeki L3U, is not backing down either, joining the fray with sheer determination. Iraq is rallying strongly as well, led by Abbas E8F4s, during a party that nobody expected would get this loud. Now Malaysia is also making waves with Q Dewi 131 commanding a relentless march, while Mongolia, thanks to 525, is stirring up some serious dust. Remember folks, when it comes to food, you don't want to mix a Malaysian satay with Mongolian barbecue. Talk about a cultural clash. Hold on to your helmets because this battle of the flags is just heating up. Battlefield is heating up as India storms in with an overwhelming wave of reinforcements led by Mito Guha fueling the chaos. Meanwhile, Mongolia is not backing down, rallying behind D525, ready to show off their famed wrestling skills. Who needs swords when you have grappling moves? Ukraine, represented by Churson L2L, is on the scene, bringing their fierce spirit and a side of borscht, just in case. And don't sleep on the Philippines, with Wilyalukatangjan unleashing a tsunami of loyalty that could put any karaoke night to shame. This is a clash of nations where every comment counts. Clashing across the battlefield, Malaysia is shaking things up with an impressive rally from ZZZSFS and QZ1350, while Myanmar's FIO Karawang J2N and Mr. Sox 823 are pushing back hard with wave after wave of reinforcements. And wait, what's this? Russia, led by the relentless Short GD3 ABP, is making a valiant stand with an onslaught that just won't quit. Can someone say Iron Curtain with that level of commitment? Meanwhile, 525's Mongolia is holding its ground while the Philippines, represented by Wilyalukatangjan, is gearing up for a massive charge. Let's see if they can conquer the arena like they conquer karaoke nights. Keep those country names coming, warriors. The battle for supremacy rages on. The battlefield is heating up as Mongolia storms in with a relentless wave from AT-525, charging against Malaysia's onslaught led by AT-ZZ's SFS. But wait, Indonesia's sneaking in from the left with at-risky L3U backing them up. Will they form an alliance? Or is betrayal looming? Meanwhile, Russia seems to be flexing its muscles, with at-short GD3AB massive numbers. Who knew they had so many babushkas ready for battle? Let's not forget India's steadfast march from at-Mitugu, reminding everyone that curry isn't the only thing they bring to the table. This is a global showdown, folks. The battlefield is heating up with Mongolia charging in, led by DI-525 who's rallying forces with an impressive number of reinforcements. Indonesia, under Reza Mardian and Rizkiki L3U's command, is staging a massive airlift of support, while Malaysia's troops, led by QAU's Forn 3 Vontif and ZZ's SFS, are holding the line. Let's not forget the Philippines joining the fray, with Wilyuk Tenjian deploying an overwhelming number of forces, proving their enthusiasm is unmatched. Though we know they can't resist a good karaoke session amidst battle. And over in the west, Syria, championed by Abdulaziz F1A7, is sending waves of emotional support, while Russia is showing up in full force from short GD3 ABP, ready to drop some Cold War memes on the competition. It's a chaotic tapestry of alliances and rivalries, and who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned because this war is just heating up. The battlefield is alive with the thunderous roar of Indonesia charging in with a relentless wave of troops. At Kopi Pahit T3K and at Mo Basri L7D are leading the charge with Indonesia flags flying high, while neighboring Malaysia, led by at Ziziza SFS and at Qbayu 135, is not backing down, sending an impressive display of reinforcements. Meanwhile, at DI-525's Mongolia is cooling off the tensions with some epic chill vibes and a shout out to their horsemen. But hold on tight, because Vietnam, thanks to at Conmio Sigma Boy, is ready to stir the pot, proving that their foe can spice up any conflict. battle lines are drawn and chaos reigns as Indonesia storms the front with a relentless wave, led by the fearless at Mobasri L7D and at Rezimardian, rallying their troops with the gusto of 1,000 nasi gorings. Meanwhile, Syria's at Abdul Aziz F-17 is holding, but can they withstand the barrage from the indomitable Indonesian forces? Hold on, because Mongolia's at Dai 525 is charging in with reinforcements, claiming the terrain like a true nomad. And let's not forget the humorous rivalry brewing as Malaysia's at QY135 piles in, declaring Malaysia 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 like a battle cry. Maybe they're just proud of their curry. Brace yourselves, soldiers, the stakes have never been higher. Chaos reigns as Spain charges onto the battlefield with an overwhelming force, raising the Iberian flag high. But Indonesia isn't backing down, boasting a battalion of determined players like at Mobasri L7D and at Rezimardian, ready to unleash their tropical thunder. Meanwhile, Mongolia is rallying support with at Auka Auka M7B4K leading the charge, yelling "Go Mongolia!" like a true warrior. Did you know that Mongolian horses can run faster than the wind? Well, they'll need every bit of that speed against the relentless onslaught of Indonesia and their secret weapon, an endless supply of spicy sambal. Chaos erupts as Indonesia, led by our valiant warrior at Mobasri L7D, rallies its forces with relentless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Mongolia, championed by at Ukauk M7B4K, is charging in with a horde of riders ready to unleash some serious horsepower. Not to be overlooked, Vietnam, with at Doga TV 2008 in the thick of things, is strategizing a surprise attack that's hotter than a bowl of pho on a summer day. And the Philippines, led by the tireless at Will Yukatanjajan, is assembling a wave of supporters ready to bring the party straight to the battlefield. Who will prevail in this epic clash of nations? battlefield is heating up with India charging forward with overwhelming forces, thanks to @Me2Guha rallying their troops like it's Diwali with fireworks. Meanwhile, @Mofbasri L7Ds Indonesia is throwing a surprise attack with their relentless numbers, ready to soak up the competition like it's a tropical rain. Vietnam is not backing down either, as @Doga TV 2008 and @Tupuong Fame 3873 unite like the ultimate noodle duo to storm the front lines. And let's not forget @Giga Chad BJ6TT's USA, bringing that classic big burger energy, ready to drop the freedom fries on anyone who dares to cross them. Looks like this conflict has everything: alliances, rivalries, and a side of patriotism that could fuel an entire Olympics. Will it end in glorious victory or chaotic defeat? Grab your popcorn, folks. The battle is heating up as Mongolia, led by @Okauka M7B4K, charges into the fray with a ferocious wave of flags, determined to assert their dominance. But watch out, @Wilaluktangian's Philippines is rallying the troops with an army of comments, shouting, "Go Philippines!" like they just found out they're hosting the next big beach party. Meanwhile, @Offshore Sprites Oman is launching surprise maneuvers, and we can only guess that they're bringing the best dates to the battlefield. Oh, and what's this? @Mofbasri L70 is sending an unstoppable wave of Indonesian strength, as @Me2Guha calls in reinforcements from India, ready to spice things up. It's almost as if @Revas Baliashvili 2589 thinks Georgia is destined to take this crown. Sweet dreams, my friend. But we all know it's going to be a wild ride filled with unexpected alliances. The battlefield is absolutely electric as the Philippines, Indonesia, and India battle it out with an absolute tidal wave of support from their fans. @Wilaluktangian's troops from the Philippines are rallying with an impressive formation, while @Mofbasri L7D's Indonesian forces are staging a fierce counterattack, reminding us all of the infamous rivalry over who has the best nasi goreng. Meanwhile, India's legions, led by @Me2Guha, are charging in with a passionate determination that can only be fueled by an endless supply of chai. Keep those comments rolling in, because this war is just heating up. battlefield is alive with the sound of war drums as North Korea rallies strong with an overwhelming wave of support from at A350. Meanwhile, Vietnam emerges as a fierce contender, led by the relentless forces of @Doga TV 2008 and @Thuong Pham 3873, ready to unleash a barrage of rice and strategies that can't be beat. Germany is holding the line with @Jonas Gerrit 6944's tactical precision, while the Philippines, backed by @Willieluk Tangen, is bringing a party that even the most serious military tacticians can't ignore. Hold on to your helmets, folks, because the tension is rising like a pot of boiling foe. It's a colorful clash of cultures, where every flag represents a nation ready to throw down. Let's see if Vietnam can outlast the North Korean blitz, or if the Philippines can swim through the chaos to claim victory. The battlefield erupts as Turkey charges in, ready to flex some K-Bob power. Meanwhile, the German forces are sending in a tsunami of efficient sausages, marching in formation like clockwork. How many sausages does it take to win a war? Apparently a lot. Australia is hopping in with a boomerang strategy, while India is forming alliances with Bangladesh and Saudi Arabia. Talk about a spicy coalition. Vietnam is also rallying troops like it's the annual rice harvest festival. Hold onto your hats, folks. This is about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up as Uzbekistan charges forward with an unprecedented wave of troops. Mini Cardin Z8F is rallying the troops, while North Korea, led by A350 Aviate, sends in an equally relentless wave of support. Meanwhile, India's forces are making a stunning push, thanks to the relentless spirit of Mitu Guha. Georgia is standing tall with Ravaz Baliashvili 2589 declaring, "We are the kings." But don't count out Vietnam or Doga TV 2008, who is firing on all cylinders. And of course, we have the Philippines, led by Willieluk Tangen shouting, "We are here!" while Malaysia is creeping in quietly from the sidelines. Can we talk about how Vietnam's enthusiasm rivals their love for pho? It's an all-out brawl, folks. The battlefield is heating up as Germany unleashes a relentless wave of troops, thanks to our fervent player @Jonas Gerrit 6944. But hold on tight, Kenya is charging in with unexpected ferocity, led by the valiant @Kairio, ready to stir up some serious chaos. Meanwhile, Vietnam is rallying its forces, showing off its culinary prowess and strategic rice farming skills, thanks to Doga TV 2008's impressive numbers. And don't forget about North Korea, represented by @A350 Aviate, which has a whole army of dedicated fans ready to launch their surprise attack at any moment. Can these countries forge alliances, or are betrayals looming on the horizon? The tension is palpable. battlefield is erupting as India, led by Atmitu Guha, storms onto the scene with an avalanche of support. Meanwhile, A3 Fifth AV is rallying a massive Palestinian front, while Vietnam with Doga TV 2-on-8 at the helm is absolutely dominating the chatter. Who knew they had such a fan base? Germany, represented fiercely by Esselstar7, is chanting for their team with the dedication of a football fanatic. And can we take a moment to appreciate how many times Willik Tangian is shouting, "Philippines?" That's the spirit. Keep the battle cries coming, and may the best flag wave high. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia and Vietnam join forces in a fierce showdown. Arkankantika Vira M514 and Doga TV 2008 are rallying their troops, chanting for their nations like it's a World Cup final, while Malayu 8987 can't stop cheering for Vietnam. Meanwhile, India swoops in, led by Mitu Guha, ready to remind everyone that they've got the spice and the numbers. Hold on, the Philippines is crashing the party with Willik Tangian's epic war cries. Who knew culinary rivalries could turn into international conflicts? Just don't mix up the lumpia and the banh mi in this showdown, or we might need a diplomatic chef. A massive showdown is brewing as Indonesia, Brazil and Vietnam rally their forces. Arkankantika Vira M515 is leading the charge for Indonesia, while Pedro Gabriel and Robinho Vituti are bringing the Brazilian Samvafa to the battlefield. Watch out for those carnival vibes. Meanwhile, Vietnam's army, spearheaded by Doga TV 2008, is taking no prisoners as they flood the field with sheer numbers. Fun fact, Brazilians might dance, but they also know how to party hard during a war. Can anyone stop this vibrant trio? Vietnam is storming the battlefield with wave after wave of reinforcements led by Doga TV 2008. But hold on tight, India, called out by Mitu Guha, is charging in with a fierce determination that could rival a Bollywood blockbuster. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by Robinho V2T, is samba dancing its way into the fray, bringing all the flair. But can they handle the heat of this culinary clash? And don't count out Indonesia rallying strong as Arkankantika Vira M514 sends in troops for a tropical takeover. This war zone is juicier than a street market feast. Chaos erupts as the island forces of Réunion flood the battlefield, led by the relentless Fanny Drubigny. Meanwhile, India, represented fiercely by Mini Tu Gusha, stands ready to defend its honor against wave after wave of Vietnamese warriors crashing in. Championed by Doga TV 2008 and Ronkojokbiat.Bay 44, what's cooking in Southeast Asia? A spicy curry or a plate of pho? Either way, the Philippines, helmed by Willialuk Tangian, and the Brazilian juggernaut from Pedro Gabriel are gearing up for the ultimate showdown amidst this fiery culinary clash. Chaos is erupting as India storms into the battlefield, with Me Tu Guha chanting big, like it's the ultimate battle cry. But Brazil isn't backing down, unleashing a barrage of flags from Pedro Gabriel, claiming they're the real soccer champions here. Meanwhile, Vietnam, led by Doga TV 2008, is preparing their secret weapon: faux diplomacy. Who will stand victorious in this clash of nations? Keep those battle cries coming, soldiers. The battlefield is ablaze as Indonesia floods the arena with a tidal wave of support, rallying their troops with an unstoppable chant. Meanwhile, India is coming in hot, firing shots of enthusiasm. But can they keep up with the relentless Indonesian wave? Russia is flexing their might, sending in a squadron of flags that might just freeze the competition, while the Philippines rise in a sunshine-soaked army of support, ready to brighten up this war. Remember, folks, if you can spell Laos right, you deserve a medal. But can they handle the heat from Vietnam charging? Buckle up, this is just the beginning. Chaos reigns as the troops of Palau storm the battlefield with an unyielding force, led by Dozen 12, challenging Hungary's formidable ranks, stacked high with support from Abolia Georgi 9295. But wait, the vibrant banners of India and Indonesia are surging forward, with Mitu Guha and Rabani Al-Ghazi Ardiensha, rallying their armies like it's a cricket match gone rogue. And just as Brazil, represented by the unstoppable Pedro Gabriel and Robinho V2T, prepares to samba its way into the fray, Vietnam's forces, bolstered by Doga TV 2008, are set for its explosive showdown. Who will emerge victorious? And we all know, if you're not Spain, you're probably just trying to dodge the chaos. Chaos is erupting as Brazil, led by the fervent at Robinho V2T and at Pedro Gabri, floods the battlefield with a sea of support. But wait, Turkey, represented by at Emin Turgudi 60, is rallying its troops with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Indonesia's army, charging in from all angles with a barrage from at Rabbani Al-Ghazi Ardiansya and at Asia Hazara 742 is not backing down. And let's not forget Vietnam, with at Doga TV 2008 leading the charge, determined to assert dominance. Can someone remind at Williuk Tangian that he's not Spain, because these nations are surely ready to put their flags on the front lines. The battlefield is getting intense as Vietnam enters the fray with an overwhelming force. Sang Nguyen and Doga TV are rallying their troops to support the Vietnamese forces, while Indonesia, led by Rabbani Al-Ghazi Ardiansya, is launching a surprise attack with a barrage of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Brazil's Robinho and Pedro Gabri are dancing to a samba beat, bringing their fiery passion to the battlefield as they unleash a volley of applause that rivals any football stadium. And watch out! India, represented by the relentless at Mita Guha, is charging in with the sheer numbers, ready to take on all challengers. Don't forget about the Philippines fan club, with Williuk Tangian leading the charge, showing the world that they won't back down. Who will rise and who will fall? Stay tuned, folks! The battleground is heating up as Vietnam charges in with an overwhelming force, led by the fierce at Doga TV 2008 and their relentless army of fans. Isn't backing down either, as at Rabbani Al-Ghazi Ardiansya rallies support like a pro, swinging their flag like it's a national sport. Meanwhile, Brazil, powered by at Robinho V2T, is throwing a carnival in the middle of chaos with their endless applause, just proof that soccer fever never dies, even in war. Can anyone stop this flag frenzy? How about an unexpected alliance between the Philippines and Vietnam, as at Williuk Tangian joins the fray, bringing the party vibes with a side of adobo. This is shaping up to be one hilarious and chaotic showdown. An all-out brawl is erupting, folks. Romania enters the fray, but watch out. Indonesia is flooding the battlefield with waves of support, while the Philippines chants their name like a relentless war cry. Vietnam is also rallying hard with a surge of troops. Looks like they mean business. And don't forget the Brazilians, over there with their celebratory claps. Are they here to party or to conquer? It's a fiesta of flags, and the drama is hotter than a spicy bowl of pho. battlefield is heating up as Indonesia's forces surge forward with an overwhelming number of troops, thanks to @Albire4572 and @Paisa0's relentless support. But Brazil isn't backing down, with @Robinho V2T and @Pedro Gabriel leading a samba charge as they hit the dance floor of warfare with their can-do spirit. Meanwhile, Vietnam stands ready to join the fray, rallying behind @Sanguin M6C2s and @Doga TV2 Zone 8, proving that they've got the determination to turn the tide. And just when you thought it was all tropical vibes and rice paddies, @Plane R2U is sending waves of Cambodia's forces crashing into the chaos. Watch out for those hidden strategies. Did you know that Brazil has more football fans than people? Just imagine the roar if they ever started a football war. Now that's a yellow card for everyone. Chaos reigns as Indonesia's forces surge forward, led by @Albi.World4572, who's rallying their troops with a deafening chorus of Indonesia. Meanwhile, Cambodia, under the relentless pressure of @Plane R2U, seems to be bringing in reinforcements at an alarming rate. But wait, Brazil, championed by @Robinho V2T and @Pedro Gabriel, is throwing an ultimate party with claps and luck, ready to samba their way to victory. And let's not forget the Philippines, with @Willa Katingian making a strong claim: "I'm not Spain, I'm Filipino." Just adding a spicy twist to this international showdown. Chaos erupts as Cambodia, under the might of @Plane R2U, launches a relentless wave of Khmer warriors against Brazil's @Robinho V2T, who is rallying troops with an army of applause emojis. But hold on to your hats, because Indonesia's @Albi.World4572 is charging in like a culinary titan, ready to spice things up in this heated clash. Meanwhile, Vietnam sightings from @Doga TV 2008 are stirring the pot, with the Philippines' @Williluk Tangian setting the battlefield ablaze with a non-stop barrage of reinforcements. Will Brazil's rhythmic clap and Indonesia's culinary prowess combine to form an unstoppable alliance? Or will betrayal be the main course of this war? Brazil is storming the battlefield with an avalanche of support from @Robinho V2T, who's showing no signs of slowing down with that parade of applause. Meanwhile, Vietnam, led by the relentless @Doga TV 2008, is not backing down either. It's a full-on invasion, and don't sleep on the feisty Philippines, as @Williluk Tangian rallies troops with an endless the chant that could drown out a concert. Did you know that Brazil has more species of monkeys than any other country? Kind of like their fans, each one more enthusiastic than the last. Vietnam has stormed the battlefield in droves with the relentless forces of at Doga TV-2008, at MCK-D2B, and at Thick Shamanim 1393, rallying for glory. Meanwhile, at Plain R2U and the Khmer warriors are swinging into action, throwing emojis like shurikens, trying to fend off their fierce rivals. What's this? Brazil under at Robinho V2T is flexing its carnival spirit, bringing a samba vibe to the chaos, but watch out. Turkey, led by at Nexmiostan Invitarila Hassan, is ready for a flavorful kebab counterattack. And who can forget the Philippines, with at Wilyaluk Tangen launching 100 Philippines straight into the air. Will they unite to turn the tide? This is turning into a meme-worthy showdown of epic proportions. Chaos is erupting as Vietnam, led by the fierce warriors of Doga TV 2008 and at MCK D2B, is amassing a colossal force ready to storm the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Philippines, rallying behind at DV Pengoy TV and at Wilyuki Tangen, are raising their flags high, hopefully to distract the enemy with karaoke skills. And don't forget Brazil, commanded by at Robinho V2T, who are practically the Sao Paulo of this war, bringing some samba vibes amidst the chaos. With a sprinkle of Turkish delight from at Emir Dickman H7J, this battle is turning into a multinational fiesta. The battlefield is heating up. Somalia has rallied its forces with an impressive charge, but Vietnam can't stop flexing its dominance, with troops like at Mr. Han Vietnam and at Doga TV 2008 shouting for victory. Meanwhile, the Philippines, led by at DV Pangoy TV and at Wilyaluk Tangen, is flooding the front lines with reinforcements, looking to take the prize. And let's not forget the stealthy moves of Indonesia lurking in the shadows. Don't underestimate them, they love a good spicy challenge. Can you believe it? Vietnam's got enough fans here, it's practically its own concert series. The chaos only escalates with Cambodia's cowboy antics and Turkey's unwavering presence. At Aaron U1R isn't backing down. Who will emerge victorious in this wild clash of nations? the battlefield is heating up as Cambodia mounts a fierce campaign with relentless support from @planar2u flooding the zone. But watch out, Vietnam led by @Mr. Vietnam and @Doga TV28 is rallying troops for an epic counterattack, where the rice is plentiful but the tension is palpable. Meanwhile, Indonesia is raising its banner thanks to @Albai.World4572, ready to join forces or perhaps drop some spicy sambal bombs in this chaotic fray. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazy, @DV Pangoy is bringing in the Philippines with an army that's ready to karaoke its way to victory. Will they sing their way to triumph or get drowned out by the relentless chants of Vietnam? Stay tuned as alliances shift and flags wave amidst a world full of chaos. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam rallies under the command of @Doga TV28, storming in with wave after wave of sheer determination. But hold on tight, because @RexPel-D4XD has Germany rolling in with their efficiency, ready to clash. Meanwhile, @BSKNG is leading the charge for Turkey, determined to establish their dominance. Fun fact, did you know that Germans can be so punctual that they have time traveled to this war just to be early? It's an all-out melee, and the chaos is just getting started. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam leads the charge with wave after wave of reinforcements. @MCKD2B and @Doga TV28 rally together shouting, "Go Vietnam!" While the Philippines, led by the unstoppable @Willie Luke Tangian, is not backing down either. It's a showdown of epic proportions. Meanwhile, Turkey and Germany, represented fiercely by @BSKNG and @RexPel-D4XZ, are plotting their next tactical moves. Fun fact, did you know that Germany is famous for its sausages? Well, they better bring some to this fight because it's getting juicy. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam, led by the relentless MCKD2B, launches a blistering campaign with an overwhelming number of reinforcements. But wait, Turkey, valiantly called out by BSK, is rallying its forces to counterattack, proving that baklava isn't the only sweet thing they're bringing to this war. Meanwhile, Germany's RexPel-D4XZ is trying to strategize, but we all know they'll just end up bringing sausages to a knife fight. Can the Philippines, with Willie Luke Tangian at the helm, find their moment amid this chaos, or will they be outgunned? The tension is palpable, and the flags of war are flying high. Vietnam is storming the battlefield like a dragon breathing fire, with players like @Mr.HanVietnam and @MCKD2B rallying their forces with an overwhelming wave of flag comments. But wait, Germany with @RexSapel0D4XD is trying to mount a counterattack, bringing efficiency and precision straight to the front lines. Meanwhile, @StayNGNG has Turkey flexing its muscles, ready to join the fray, because who doesn't love a good kebab amidst the chaos? And let's not forget @PlaneR2U, waving the Cambodian flag like it's a battle standard. The question is, will it be a spicy pho or a schnitzel showdown? Let's see who comes out on top. Chaos erupts on the battlefield, as Germany rallies behind @RexSapel0D4XZ, charging into the fray while Vietnam, represented fiercely by @DogaT2008 and @MrHanVietnam, swarms in with a wave of emojis and determination. The stakes are high as Ukraine, led by @Alexander Kulik L9S, sends reinforcements. But can they withstand the combined forces of Germany's precision engineering and Vietnam's guerrilla tactics? Meanwhile, @Biskange calls in Turkey, ready to spice things up. Because who doesn't love a good kebab during a war, right? The battle rages on as Argentina rallies with a fierce display, but Vietnam is storming the battlefield with a seemingly endless wave of troops. @MrHanVietnam and @DogaTV2008 are leading the charge for Vietnam, proving that you can never have too much foe when it comes to war. Meanwhile, Germany, represented by @RexSapel0D4XZ, is trying to establish order. But with all this chaos, they might need some serious lederhosen to keep their strategy intact. And just when you think it can't get crazy, @Kamiloni H5U chimes in with Kazakhstan, bringing in their iconic steppe warriors, while @Dmitry R46N claims the Russian flag, ready to throw a vodka-infused twist into this already chaotic conflict. Vietnam is launching wave after wave of reinforcements, with DogaTV 2008 and MrHanVietnam leading the charge. Meanwhile, the German forces, represented by RexSapel0D4XZ, are trying to hold their ground. But can they withstand the onslaught of the Vietnamese brigade? And just when you think it's just a Southeast Asian showdown, here comes the mighty Ukraine charging in with their heart emoji-powered battalion, while Argentina's squad is yelling for support. And what's this? Canada's backing up its troops too. Maybe they'll offer Vietnam some maple syrup as a peace offering, because apparently, no one hates Vietnam in this chat except a brave soul named Ebba Meckums 42, who's about to get overrun. It's like a chaotic family reunion where everyone brings their flags but forgets the snacks. Vietnam is rallying its forces with an astounding wave of support from @Doga TV 2008 and @MyLongspear, flooding the battlefield with determination. But wait, Germany under @RexSapel0D4XD is digging in, ready to out-engineer the opposition. Watch out for those precision tactics. Meanwhile, the Danish are bringing their pastry power to the fight, led by @NikosNice100, while @PoerFepites unleashes the might of Thailand, proving that curry can indeed spice up a battle. Can Vietnam dominate, or will the German efficiency and Danish pastries turn the tide? Buckle up, it's about to get intense. Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of support as @Doga TV 2008 and @MyLongspear rally for their nation, unleashing a fierce display of unity. Meanwhile, the Anh Nguyen Sai 9 Vic is doubling down, making it clear the Vietnamese spirit is alive and kicking. But hold on, Thailand, led by @Czeng and @Poer, is not about to go down without a fight, sending reinforcements with an avalanche of comments. And just when you thought it was a Southeast Asian showdown, Germany's entering the fray with @RexSapel0D4XC showing up, likely ready to bring some efficiency to this chaos. I hope they brought their beer and sausages. Don't forget, @ItsJHasmineYT is making waves for Peru, throwing in some serious support with a barrage of comments. What a battle we have here, folks. Grab your popcorn because this war is heating up. Chaos erupts as Turkey and Japan prepare for an epic showdown, but hold the phone. Vietnam is charging in with a battalion of supporters. Dmitry isn't holding back, rallying the troops with relentless Vietnamese pride, while Germany's Rex Sapel0D4XXZ is trying to muster some old-school efficiency in the background. Meanwhile, Thailand is throwing a festive twist into the battle. Let's hope they brought their best curry, and don't forget about those Azeris, Camelone H5U, who are ready to crash the party with a dance-off. If there's one thing we know, it's that with Vietnam's relentless forces flooding the chat, they might just end up capturing the show, one comment at a time. Intense conflict erupts as Greece takes its stand, ready to battle alongside the mighty forces of Germany and Spain. But wait, Vietnam is flooding the battlefield with reinforcements like they're auditioning for a seafood buffet. Meanwhile, South Korea rallies its troops, determined to show off that K-pop style, while Azerbaijan is plotting a sneaky backstab. And let's not forget Italy, strutting in with pizza slices and laser focus, while Austria is just like, hey, I'm here too. Talk about a chaotic war zone. Did you know that Vietnamese coffee is so strong it could wake the dead? Because it looks like it's about to wake the competition. The battlefield is ablaze as France charges into the fray with an overwhelming display of tricolor. But wait, South Korea is rallying their forces, ready to unleash the K-pop power of precision strikes. Meanwhile, Poland, represented fiercely by @Benkranel6637, is strategically plotting their moves to reclaim glory. Watch out for that pierogi-fueled energy. And what's this? Vietnam is surging with wave after wave of supporters led by the mighty @Doga TV 2008, determined to show their unmatched resilience. Looks like Germany's trying to assert dominance too, but they better watch out. They might trip over that world-renowned efficiency. The joke's on them if they forget about the legendary Vietnamese tenacity. It's a full-on clash. Folks, get ready for a roller coaster of alliances and betrayals as flags wave and players unite. The battlefield is heating up with Thailand launching a wave of relentless troops. @Amapornpinmani5835 is clearly rallying the Thai forces, while @Doga TV 2008 brings Vietnam into the fray, eager to prove the might of foe over Pad Thai. And don't forget @Benkranel66637 and @Mikolas Gold representing Germany and Czech, teaming up like a classic buddy cop movie but with way more lederhosen and beer. Who will emerge victorious from this chaotic clash of cultures and cuisines? The battlefield is ablaze with a relentless surge of Vietnamese forces directed by @MyLongspear as they flood the front lines with an avalanche of spirit. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by @Great Soviet Union L6T, is swinging its football skills into action. But will they samba right into victory, or get stuck in a dance-off with @Nafishanto's Bangladesh, who's clearly here to steal the show? And don't forget the stern resolve of @Rex Sepel 0D4XZ Rally in Germany, poised to unleash precision like a well-timed bratwurst. As the Thai troops led by @Amaporn Pinmani 5835 march in, can they stir the pot and serve up some sweet victory? Or will their spicy tactics backfire? This global clash is heating up. Who's ready for some epic alliances and shocking betrayals? Chaos erupts as Nafishanto launches a massive offensive with waves of support from Bangladesh, ready to challenge the might of @Doga TV 2008's Vietnam. But wait, @Bimo B6B and @Kang VN11 are rallying the Vietnamese troops with unyielding fervor as they prepare to take on their rivals. Not to forget @Alan N3V8N, throwing Russian artillery into the mix. Let's hope their famous vodka can keep their spirits up during this showdown. Did you know that Bangladesh has some of the world's richest cricket culture, while Vietnam is known for its delicious pho? Well, it looks like we're about to find out if cricket or noodles reign supreme on this battlefield. Battles are raging as Bhutan rolls in with a relentless wave of support from @Wangmo 08s. Meanwhile, Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an overwhelming army led by @MCKD2B and @Doga TV 2008, declaring their love for their homeland like it's a choir of warriors. But hold on tight, because Bangladesh, spearheaded by @Nafishanto, is showing no mercy, rallying their forces in a display of sheer determination. Fun fact, did you know Bhutan is known as the land of the Thunder Dragon? I guess that dragon's breath is on fire today. The battleground is erupting as Vietnam storms the front lines with an astounding show of support. Doga TV 2008 and Kong VN11 have rallied forces with waves of comments, proclaiming that Vietnam is #1. Meanwhile, the formidable Nafishanto is sending an avalanche of Bangladesh flags, ready for a showdown. Who will break first? And just when you think the tension can't get any thicker, Alan N3V8N rolls in with a relentless army of Russian might. Is it a strategic alliance or a prelude to betrayal? This is like a game of chess on a battlefield of chaos, folks. Stay tuned as this territorial tug-of-war unfolds. battlefield is on fire as Vietnam surges forward with an overwhelming force of flags. At Duong Ha Lai K2J and at Bimo B6B are rallying their troops for a massive invasion, while at Doga TV 2008 calls in reinforcements, making it clear that they're not backing down. Meanwhile, at Faris Wajaifa from Indonesia is lining up to join the fray, bringing in their own battalion of flaggers, but can they withstand the Vietnamese onslaught? And what's this? At Alan N3V8N's Russian army is ready for action, but with all this Vietnam hype, they might just end up being the cold Siberian wind that cools off this heated engagement. Grab your popcorn, folks, because this is going to be one epic showdown.
Perfect.
The battlefield is heating up as Thailand charges in with a fierce wave of support from at Wasana Sutakan, ready to show off those legendary Muay Thai skills. Meanwhile, the mighty Vietnam, led by the unstoppable at Kang and at Chulib Mating, storms the front lines with an overwhelming number of reinforcements. They're not just bringing a fight, they're bringing foe to the party. And what's this? Indonesia, represented by at Faris Wijaya, is also rallying hard, proving that their rendang isn't the only thing that packs a punch. Watch out for that spicy rivalry brewing. As tension rises, countries are lining up for battle, and we can't ignore the Finnish showing up like it's a sauna party with their epic numbers. Who will emerge victorious in this clash of cultures? Stay tuned. The battlefield is lit with the fiery spirit of Vietnam, charging forth with waves upon waves of support, from players like at Chulib Maiden and at Kong Ben 11. Meanwhile, the eagle-eyed Chikia under at Yusa Tibobrik is laying low, plotting in the shadows, while Indonesia, represented by at Faris Wijaya, is orchestrating a grand strategy.
Don't let those noodles fool you.
Vietnam's ready to spring into action faster than you can save foe. And look out, here comes Russia, sending chills down the spine of the opposition, as at Ignania 7752 rallies his troops. With the UK's might under at AlphaDog V7H joining the fray, this fight's about to get spicy. Will Vietnam rise to victory with their unwavering determination, or will other nations stand in their way? Buckle up, folks. This is getting intense. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia is launching wave after wave of troops, led by our relentless player at Faris Wijaya. But wait, what's that? Botswana is making a bold move, rallying their forces under at Ijuro Bana IXDO, ready to clash with the Indonesian might. Vietnam, represented by the overwhelming enthusiasm of @Mil8987 and @Conmil Sigmahor, is gearing up for the ultimate showdown. They've brought the entire squad. Who needs a single flag when you can have an entire legion of cheering fans? And let's not forget Thailand, who is definitely not sitting on the sidelines with @Wasana Sutkan Pasikses leading the charge. As for Turkey, @Gorkim886 is ready to unleash some serious kebab power. This is shaping up to be one epic international showdown. Who's going to take home the glory? Grab your popcorn and keep those flags waving. Violence erupts as the Vietnamese forces spearheaded by Anudo E9U and Duong Hali K2J flood the battlefield with wave after wave of their champions. Meanwhile, Thailand is rallying their troops with an impressive show of solidarity, but will it be enough to withstand the tidal wave of enthusiasm from Vietnam? And just when you think you've seen it all, Gorkim886 brings in the Turkish forces, ready to stir the pot. Who knew breakfast could turn into a war zone? Remember folks? Well, they say, Vietnamese coffee is strong enough to keep you awake during a 3-hour lecture on geopolitics. Let's see if it translates to battlefield stamina. Vietnam is charging into battle with an overwhelming tsunami of troops. Anudo E9U, Duong Hali K2J and Samiru Mitchum are rallying the Vietnamese forces like a dragon dance at Tet, bringing the heat. But wait, here comes Bad Babbitt with a massive wave of Russian reinforcements. Hope they brought vodka for the long haul. Meanwhile, Easewater 101HI is sending in Indonesian units, ready to spice things up in this fiery conflict. And what's this? Namjanak Seng U6W8C has dropped in with some fierce South Korean warriors. Get ready for a K-pop battle like no other. With these nations colliding, it's a cultural clash of epic proportions. Are we witnessing the rise of the Vietnam Empire, or will Russia hold its ground? Buckle up, this war is just getting started. battlefield is heating up as Chilean forces storm the front with wave after wave of support from @Carinaria 978. But wait, Turkey is not backing down, sending in an overwhelming force of troops as @Gorkum 86 rallies the troops for an epic showdown. Meanwhile, Vietnam is making a thunderous entrance, with @Anuto E9U and @Simaru Michin leading the charge, their numbers swelling like a tidal wave. Fun fact: did you know that Vietnam has one of the world's fastest growing economies? Looks like they might just outpace the competition here too. Russia is standing tall, thanks to the relentless @BadBabbit. But the question remains, can they fend off the relentless Vietnamese advance? And Thailand is trying to keep the peace with a steady stream of support from @Wasanasutkanpa6, but will they get pulled into this chaotic conflict? All bets are off as alliances form and rivalries ignite. Stay tuned for more action. The battlefield is ablaze with the overwhelming presence of Vietnam. @2153873 and @YT Roblox are rallying their troops with an incredible wave of support for their beloved nation, flooding the chat with passion. It's like every Vietnamese player has turned into a dragon, breathing fire and asserting their dominance. Meanwhile, Thailand is trying to hold its ground with a feisty presence from @Wasanasutkanpa6, but good luck out-singing the karaoke champions of Southeast Asia. And who could forget the imposing shadow of Russia lurking in the background, as @BadBabbit keeps the pressure high with an army of emojis. It's a colossal clash of cultures here. Who will emerge victorious? The drama unfolds as we dive deeper into the chaos. An epic showdown is brewing as the vibrant banners of Vietnam dominate the battlefield, with @2153873 and @Simaru Michin rallying their troops for an all-out assault, flooding the chat with glorious red and yellow. But hold on to your helmets. Thailand's not just sitting back. @Wasanasutkanpa6 is leading the charge, bringing spicy street food vibes and all the kung fu action. In a twist, Indonesia is amassing forces with relentless support from @EaseWater101HI, proving they're not just about delicious rendang but fierce loyalty. Meanwhile, Russia, represented by @BadBabbit and their endless army of vodka lovers, is looking to freeze out the competition. This global conflict is heating up, folks. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam storms the front with an unfathomable wave of support. @Simaru Michin is rallying the troops like a general handing out free foe. Meanwhile, Indonesia, led by @Sabrina Arson and a chorus of passionate players, is launching a surprise amphibious invasion. Watch out for those rendang bombs. And let's not forget the Russians. @BadBabbit is sending reinforcements like it's the Cold War again, while @Morse U8 raises the UK flag, preparing for a tea party in the middle of this chaos. Who knew global diplomacy could be so spicy? Chaos erupts as at Wat Na Sutkim 6 rallies the troops of Thailand, ready to unleash the spicy stir-fry strategy. But wait, at PS3 out 666 and the mighty US forces are storming in with an army of burgers and freedom. Just when things couldn't get spicier, at Simiru Mitchin brings in waves of Vietnamese strength, making it a wild Southeast Asian showdown. Brace yourselves, because at Badbit's Russian battalion is here too, ready to vodka swill their way to victory. This is an all-out flavor war. Chaos erupts as Indonesia storms the battlefield with a relentless force, while the US is flexing those star-spangled muscles ready to assert dominance. Russia, with its never-ending waves of support, is like that one friend who shows up to every party, uninvited and a little too intense. But wait, Thailand and Vietnam are strategizing in the shadows, plotting a sneaky alliance that might just tip the scales. Did you know that while both Thailand and Vietnam are known for their spicy food, it's the Vietnamese who are bringing the heat today, literally. And let's not forget South Korea, who seems to be ready to drop some K-pop beats on this war zone. Meanwhile, Argentina is throwing in its own tango vibes, trying to charm its way past the competition. Buckle up, folks. This is going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is heating up as Argentina, represented fiercely by Demir Arasaki, is throwing down the gauntlet with an epic wave of flags. Meanwhile, the Philippines, led by Mangboy, is gearing up for a tropical onslaught, while Indonesia, helmed by Akira, is ready to rain down a storm of spice and chaos. And let's not forget the relentless Russian front coming from Ignatius, whose troops are more numerous than vodka bottles at a New Year's party. With Vietnam's vibrant reinforcements rallying behind Konmyo Sigma Boy and Simiru Mitchin, the stakes are high and the drama is real. Who will prevail in this wild clash of nations? Stay tuned. What a massive clash we have unfolding. Vietnam is storming the battlefield with an army of flag-waving troops from Nobaka 311 and Konmyo Sigma Boy, completely overshadowing the Russian forces led by a relentless onslaught from Bad Babbitt and Ignatius 7752. It's a classic case of, who needs a winter coat when you've got foe? As the Vietnamese bring the heat while the Russians keep piling on the snow. And just when you thought it was a two-nation showdown, here comes Argentina with Demir Aras Sahin R2C6Q charging in, turning this battlefield into a sizzling tango. Plus, the Philippines represented by Mangboy L7M is getting ready to join the fiesta. Buckle up folks, this is going to be a wild ride. The battlefield is ablaze with the fierce determination of Vietnam as Nobaka 0311 and Con Mio Sigma Boy flood the front lines with an unstoppable wave of troops. But wait, Italy with Briciola FGT is trying to sneak in a pasta ambush for the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, Argentina, led by Demiraris Sahin R2C6Q, is gearing up for an epic tango with the Philippines, who are also getting reinforcements from Mangboy L7M. Just remember folks, as the flags clash, nothing says I love peace quite like an Italian pizza slice right next to a bowl of spicy pho. Let's see which nation can outlast the chaos. Chaos erupts as Indonesia, Poland, and the USA clash in an epic showdown. Dimasali Saputra and Achara rally their Indonesian forces, ready to unleash a spicy sambal of fury. Meanwhile, Demir Aras Sahin's Polish troops are marching with pride, and we can't forget the overwhelming presence of B-Slats representing the USA, who's probably just here for the burgers. But wait, Vietnam's hardy reinforcements from Esewedits are charging in, ready to show that they can outbun Cha the competition. And look out, Russia's Idikwut 20 is amassing a colossal army, possibly preparing for a vodka-fueled blitz. Will they all form unbreakable alliances or betray each other in a dramatic twist? The battlefield is heating up and anything can happen next. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil, led by Tornado Dahmer 7R2Q, is rallying troops for an all-out Samba showdown against the relentless forces of the USA. But wait, a massive Russian invasion is underway, with Bad Babbitt sending wave after wave of red flaggers to reclaim territory. Meanwhile, Indonesia and the Philippines are squaring off like it's a spicy food contest. Who knew that adobo and rendang could lead to such epic wars? The tension is palpable as alliances shift and rivalries brew, while Poland's Demiras Sahin R2C6Q keeps pushing forward with a determined presence. The battlefield is heating up as the Philippines launches an all-out offensive with reinforcements from Atmang Boy L7M, deploying wave after wave of flag-waving troops. Meanwhile, Vietnam, represented fiercely by Esuts and Rightmost Guju, is rallying its forces, ready to counterattack with unmatched determination. Talk about rice power. But wait, here comes Indonesia swooping in with a mighty presence thanks to Sabrina Arson and Akara R7E, determined to show that their nasi goreng isn't the only thing that's spicy. And just when you thought the chaos couldn't get crazier, Russia, led by Bad Babbitt and Ignatius 775-2, is storming the front lines with an army that seems to never end. Get ready folks, this is a battle for the ages. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil, represented by Tornado Dahmer 7R2Q, charges in with a vibrant tropical flair, while Poland, led by Demira Sahin, is rallying troops like it's a vodka-fueled dance party. Indonesia, thanks to Akara R7E and Sabrina Arson, is pouring in waves of reinforcements claiming their territory with rich spices and even richer memes. Meanwhile, Russia is flexing its muscle with Bad Babbitt and Ignatius 7752, turning the frosty lands into a borscht party of epic proportions. What a chaotic kitchen of flags we're cooking up. The battlefield is heating up with the Philippines storming in, led by the fierce Atmang Boy L7, bringing wave after wave of reinforcements. Indonesia, under the banner of Akara R7E, is flooding the arena with troops, ready to showcase their culinary power. Who can resist that spicy rendang? Meanwhile, the Russians, led by Ignatius 775-2, are gearing up for an all-out vodka-fueled brawl, aiming to claim their territory with overwhelming force. And let's not forget the Brazilians, represented by Tornado Dahmer 7R2Q, who are here to samba their way to victory. Remember, it's not just a game, it's a carnival. The skies are ablaze with the colors of Indonesia as Akara R7E and Yudayao Suma rally their forces, unleashing an Indonesian army like no other. But wait, the Philippines, led by Atmang Boy L7E, is storming in with a formidable wave of warriors, ready to claim victory, and maybe some delicious adobo. Meanwhile, Brazil, represented by Bernardsks, is slipping into the fray, bringing the samba vibes and a spicy caipirinha for all this chaos. And here comes Ignatius 775-2 from Russia, swinging that iconic bear strength around, while Sandesh Bahara H9X is making a noise for Nepal like a chef who just discovered a new spice. With all these nations clashing, it's like a game of Jenga, one wrong move and it all comes crashing down. Chaos erupts as the Philippines rallies the troops with a rallying cry from @Mangboy L7E and an overwhelming wave of support. Indonesia, led by the tireless @Acura R7E, is on the march, ready to dominate the battlefield. Meanwhile, Brazil Bernardes is throwing some samba into the mix, likely trying to distract opponents with those dance moves. Can they handle the heat of this tropical clash? And let's not forget Russia Ignatius 7752, who's currently plotting strategies like they're playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. It's a full-on brawl, folks. Who will rise, who will fall, and who will be left singing their national anthem in defeat? It's time to find out. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam unleashes an avalanche of support, with @Esowetits rallying the troops alongside Pakistan and Cuba, creating a fierce alliance that has everyone on edge. Meanwhile, Indonesia, led by the relentless @Yudha Ausuma and @Acura R7E, is charging hard with an overwhelming show of force. This is one battle that's all about who can shout the loudest. And don't sleep on the Philippines. @Mangboy L7M is bringing in reinforcements with a digital squad ready to outnumber them all. But wait, Russia is lurking in the shadows thanks to @Ignatius 752, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with that classic Cold War vibe. Grab your popcorn, folks. This conflict just got real. Battle lines are drawn as the Philippines charges in with an overwhelming force of support. @Mangboy L7E is rallying the troops like a true general, while @Bernard sends in Brazil's samba dancers for some unexpected flair in the chaos. But wait, Indonesia, led by the relentless @Acura R7E, is launching a full-scale invasion with a staggering number of reinforcements. It's like a game of musical chairs, but with flags and no one sitting down. Fun fact, did you know that Indonesia has over 17,000 islands? That's a lot of territory to cover for this showdown. The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia and the Philippines engage in a relentless back and forth. @Acura R7E and @Mangboy L7E are leading the charge, with Indonesia launching wave after wave of flags, while the Philippines retaliates with an impressive display of support. Talk about fierce loyalty. Did you know that while the Philippines is known for its friendly locals, Indonesia boasts the best coffee on the planet? Perfect fuel for this epic showdown. But wait, @Early Concept 9 just dropped a surprise with Malaysia entering the fray. This just got a whole lot spicier. battle lines are drawn as the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia brace for an epic showdown. At Mangboy L7M is rallying the Filipino troops, while at Yudha Kasuma and at Sabrina Arson rally the Indonesian forces. They better watch out though, because at Early Concept 9 is bringing a whole army of Malaysians into the fray, ready to spice things up like a plate of nasi lemak. And just when you thought the chaos could intensify, here comes the mighty Japan, led by at Pop H1M7J. There's sushi rolling right into the heat of battle, and with the UK's troops led by Adam Short 231, it's a tea party gone wrong. Who will emerge victorious in this flags flying frenzy? As always, remember, a nation that can't decide on its time zones is a nation that can't win a war. Chaos erupts as Brazil storms the battlefield led by at Rayan Rodrigues Q8B, while Indonesia with at Yudha Kasuma and at Sabrina Arson rallying their troops, is gearing up for a massive showdown. Just when you think the Philippines, under the command of at Mangboy L7M, were outnumbered, they pull out their secret weapon, an endless parade of flag emojis. Meanwhile, Japan, with the relentless support of at Pop H1M7J, is powering up with a sushi boost, ready to unleash its finest samurai tactics. Will we see a sushi showdown against the empanada-eating champions from the Philippines? What a deliciously chaotic war. Chaos erupts as Japan floods the battlefield with sheer numbers. At Pop H1M7J is rallying a samurai army that's ready to take on all challengers. But wait, Malaysia, led by at Early Concept 9, isn't backing down, unleashing a wave of nasi lemak fighters that could spice things up. And don't forget, the Philippines, at Mangboy L70, is bringing a tsunami of supporters that knows how to party and fight hard. Meanwhile, the Swedish forces, with at Valteruk Leovoid at the helm, are offering an IKEA strategy of assembling victory piece by piece. And just when you thought it was a quiet day in the UK, at Ketchup on Pancakes and at Im Short Tooth 1 are cooking up a storm. Get ready for a tea time showdown that might just turn into a full-blown food fight. Let's see which nation will claim the ultimate victory. Chaos reigns as Malaysia under @early concept 9 launches a relentless onslaught, waving flags like they're in a karaoke competition. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan, led by the valiant Bekasil Dwi Senbai, is holding its ground with an impressive number of troops, proving they really know how to stand firm, like a stubborn Kazakh horse. Japan, represented by @pop H1M7J, is trying to find its way through the battlefield, but with all that confusion, are they bringing sushi or shurikens? Russia, with a powerful presence from @Pakmo Apera, isn't about to back down either, as they march forward like it's a Cold War revival. And watch out, Indonesia is not just sitting quietly. @Yuda Hauzuma is ready to unleash some Sambal fury. The battlefield is alive with competition and alliances shifting like tectonic plates. Tensions are skyrocketing as Ukraine and Russia clash in an epic showdown. @DMday22 is rallying for Ukraine while @Pakmo Apera is leading the Russian charge, throwing more flags than a world record attempt. Meanwhile, @Yud Yusuma is waving the Indonesian flag like it's a battle standard, ready to swoop in and steal the show. And let's not forget @early concept 9, who's got Malaysia on the move, but can they handle the heat from the raging Russians? Remember, Indonesia loves their spicy food, so they might just turn the tide with some fiery tactics. The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by the relentless @Pakmo Apera and @Sanya 7M3 Cheech, is flooding the arena with an avalanche of flags. Meanwhile, @early concept 9 is rallying an unshakable Malaysian force, trying to hold their ground against the overwhelming tide. It's like a game of tug-of-war, but with more snacks and less rules. But wait, @Hihoangdo E3Zs is storming in with Vietnam, ready to weave through the chaos, claiming territory with every shout. That's right, folks, Vietnam's about to unleash some legendary foe on this battlefield. Who will stand tall as the last flag flying? Stay tuned for the explosive twist. Chaos reigns as the Russian forces, led by @Pakmo Apera, flood the battlefield with an unyielding wave of red and blue. But wait, the Vietnamese troops commanded by @Huihoangdo L3Z are standing strong, launching a relentless counterattack, determined to prove that foe isn't just great cuisine, but also a strategy for victory. Meanwhile, @XA 2026 rallies the Guatemalan brigade, ready to unleash some spicy tamales in this flavorful fray. Can anyone stop the Russian tide, or will Vietnam's determination spice up the clash? It's a flag-waving showdown you don't want to miss. chaos reigns as Russia, led by the unstoppable At and Pakmo Apera, is charging forward with an army of flag emojis. But wait, Vietnam is rallying with the relentless spirit of At Hu Hong Do L3Z, bringing wave after wave of support. Can the French, represented by At Malbrang General 381, sway the tide with their baguettes and berets? Or will the Philippines, joining the fray with At Kristen Globio D7J, steal the spotlight with some karaoke power? Get ready for a meme-tastic showdown. Folks, this is gonna be more intense than a cooking duel in a reality show. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam stages a massive flag-waving rebellion, led by At Hu Hong Do L3Z, while Germany, represented fiercely by At German F3 Rocks Boy, rallies its troops for strategic maneuvers. Meanwhile, At and Pakmo Apera's Russian forces are advancing with overwhelming numbers, creating a wall of red that's harder to break through than a babushka doll. And don't sleep on Ukraine, as At Very Cool Gamer Official sends in wave after wave, proving that even in chaos, there's beauty in their sunny fields. With Brazil entering the fray, led by At Grabiel Wungscenes 88, we might just see a samba dance-off alongside the chaos. Get ready for clashes, alliances, and maybe a few culinary cook-offs. The world is a wild place today. Chaos erupts as At and Pakmo Apera rallies ally an army of Russian forces, flooding the battlefield with red and white. Meanwhile, At German F3 Rocks Boy leads a relentless German charge, perfectly on brand with their efficiency. Watch out, the sausages are coming for a feast. At Luntic Mops is defending Ukraine valiantly, while At Kong Yuanmin 5T29 rolls in with Vietnam's resilience, proving that spring rolls aren't the only thing rolling this way. And it seems At X8A 2026 is bringing the heat from the US, ready to make it great again in this international showdown. Buckle up, folks, it's about to get wild. The battlefield is heating up as Brazil storms in with an overwhelming force, while Germany, led by At German 3 Rocks Boy, keeps marching in with relentless efficiency. Russia, thanks to At Pakmo Apera, is making waves with a tsunami of troops, and Vietnam is rallying behind At Phukphumtran E90, ready to unleash a flood of determination. Meanwhile, the Hungarians, represented by At Rajman Boros I6K, are forming an unexpected alliance that could turn the tide. Fun fact: did you know that Germans are said to have a bratwurst for every occasion? It seems they're serving up some serious competition today. The battlefield is roaring as Vietnam launches an epic invasion with the strength of 1,000 rice paddies, led by Phuc Pham Tran. But wait, Germany is throwing down the gauntlet, with German Three Rocks Boy rallying the troops for a swift counterattack. Will they bring their famous efficiency to this chaos? Poland, represented fiercely by Mateusz K93D, is looking mighty big, flexing those pierogi muscles and ready to charge into the fray. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians are holding the line, with very cool gamer officials sending wave after wave of blue and yellow reinforcements to the front. And what's this? A surprise alliance with India from Very Nanolgai, who seems to be cooking up some spicy tactics back there. But don't count out the Netherlands with DG Va official joining the ranks. Who knows what tulip-powered strategies they'll unleash. The global tension is palpable, folks. Grab your popcorn, this war isn't cooling down anytime soon. The battlefield is heating up as India, led by Very Nanolgai, rallies a massive wave of support. But hot on their heels, Vietnam rolls in with a mighty force, thanks to Baronhams and Phuc Pham Tran E90, determined to assert their dominance. Meanwhile, Poland, under the relentless push from Mateusz K93D, is calling in reinforcements like it's a game of tag. And look out, here cue Pakistan, with Prophet Pundit 1 charging in with a barrage of flags that could rival a fireworks show. Who will claim victory in this chaotic clash of nations? Chaos reigns as Iraq and Poland gear up for an epic showdown. Jiming 216 is rallying the Iraqi forces, while Mateusz K9E3D's Poland is ready to unleash its pierogi power. And we can't forget about Germany, led by Jonas Langju 9R, lurking in the shadows, sharpening its pretzel baking skills for a sudden attack. Meanwhile, India, represented by Very Nanolgai, is throwing curry bombs and demanding attention like a Bollywood star at a red carpet. The battlefield is heating up, folks. Who will claim victory? The battlefield has erupted with Poland charging in like a boss, led by the relentless Mateusz K93D. Vietnam is rallying its troops with the might of Boi Ho VP3RR and unleashing a sea of support. They could have so many fans ready to throw down. Meanwhile, Jimingbon 4216 is bringing Iraq into the fray, while Nodi Yasser 77 and Omar Zizé 77 tag team the mighty forces of Egypt and Palestine. And don't sleep on Turkey. Salih Hozid ZW4W is calling in reinforcements like they're at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Fun fact: did you know that Turks love their tea so much they'll stack it higher than their national flag? Let's see if that passion translates into battle prowess. And as India's Very Nanolgai is thumping that comment button like it owes him money, the stakes just keep rising. battlefield is heating up as Vietnam throws down the gauntlet with a relentless wave of support. Phuc Pham Tran is leading the charge, rallying the troops for a flag-flapping frenzy. Meanwhile, Turkey is stepping up with Bilal-i-Din and his epic parade of flags, ready to clash heads with Poland, that big nation that just keeps trying to make its mark. And let's not forget the might of Iraq, which seems to be the true MVP of this conflict, with Jiming.4216 tossing in repeat reinforcements like their trading cards. Did you know Turkey is known for its amazing kebabs? Just imagine the battlefield filled with sumptuous Turkish delights as they distract their enemies. But will it be enough to fend off Vietnam's fiery spirit? Only time will tell, but rest assured, this battle is far from over. Chaos erupts as India storms the battlefield, led by At-Very non-roll guy with an army of passionate supporters. But wait, Turkey's At-Bilal-i-Din Z90 is rising up, sending wave after wave of troops into the fray. And Poland, rallied by At-Matyusz K9E3D, is not backing down either. They've got that legendary pierogi power behind them. Meanwhile, Indonesia is joining the fight, courtesy of At-Davino Area Z406R, while At-Jiming.4216 unleashes a surprise attack from Iraq. We've got diplomacy breaking down faster than a piñata at a birthday party. This fight is about to get spicy. The Philippines is storming the battlefield with a tidal wave of enthusiasm, led by stalwart warriors, Jimmy Latico and Joby Morales, ready to unleash their tropical fury. Meanwhile, Very Normal Guy's relentless India is preparing for a clash of cultures, maybe over a spicy curry cook-off, or possibly a cricket match gone wild. Turkey, represented by Bilal-i-Din Z90, is rallying troops like it's a kebab festival, while Carolina Zelaya Guerrero I5D's Argentina is ready to tango, raising spirits and flags high. And watch out for the Portuguese powerhouse at Real Santi RC, who's got more Portugal pride than a fanny pack at a tourist trap. The chaos of alliances and rivalries erupts, and it's anyone's game. Chaos reigns as India, led by the fierce At-Very Normal Guy, charges into battle with overwhelming force. France and Germany, represented by our valiant At-Lay Ravager Wee and At-German F3 Rocks Boy, strategize their defenses, while Portugal, with the relentless At-Real Santi RC, seeks powerful allies. Meanwhile, Turkey, spearheaded by the unstoppable At-Bilal-i-Din Z90, seems to be staging an all-out Turkey stampede, reminding us it's not Thanksgiving yet. And don't forget the unexpected entry of Malaysia by @Ashnazreen347, like the surprise plot twist in your favorite anime. Buckle up, troops, this war is just getting started. Chaos reigns as Argentina's battalion, led by @Carolina Zelaya Guerrero I-5D, storms the front lines, chanting their name with relentless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Malaysia, represented by the unstoppable @Ashnazreen3047, is launching a wave of snacks and tropical vibes, perfect for a tropical conflict. Over in Eastern Europe, @Heifer2 and the Russian forces are strategizing a comeback, while @German F3 Boy and his German troops are about to unleash some serious efficiency on the battlefield. And let's not forget @Balaiden Z90's Turkish troops, who are determined to make a kebab out of the competition, hoping the grill stays cooler than their rivals. The battlefield is sizzling hot as Turkey charges onto the scene with an overwhelming wave of support from @Balaiden Z90, declaring their dominance. But wait, the Netherlands, led by @Socrates475, is setting up defenses. Meanwhile, Bosnia and Herzegovina, with @Maybe Harris leading the charge, is flooding the chat with reinforcements, ready for an epic showdown. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, @Abduxmitkodambikov89 is rallying the troops from Uzbekistan, and @Heifer2 is ready to unleash the Russian bear. And let's not forget @Bola5543, whose relentless Vietnam army is determined to hold the line. It's like a World Cup of chaos. Grab your popcorn and hang on tight. The battlefield is lit with the fervor of Malaysia rallying its troops for a grand showdown against the relentless waves of Vietnam, as @Bola5543 unleashes a flood of Anon flags. Meanwhile, @Xdevanas Philippines is ready to rumble, bringing the energy of a karaoke night gone wild. And let's not forget the fierce Turkish forces led by @Balaiden Z90, who are preparing their epic kebabs and battle strategies to face anyone who stands in their way. Get ready, folks! This is a showdown of epic proportions where even the German machines are revving up for a potential invasion. Sample. The battlefield is heating up as Germany, led by Jonas Lange, rolls out an impressive display of strength, sending waves of units into the fray. Meanwhile, the Turkish forces, commanded by Bilal, are rallying with relentless enthusiasm, determined to stake their claim. Over in the Pacific, Xtivona's Philippines army is flooding the battlefield with sheer numbers. Are they planning a surprise attack or just trying to outlast everyone with endurance? And let's not forget about Russia sneaking in through the shadows, thanks to interesting facts Orsha, who's bringing a heavy dose of vodka and unpredictability. It's like a global buffet of chaos. Will they all unite, or will alliances shatter like cheap glass? Remember folks, it's all fun and games until someone brings out the sauerkraut. Chaos erupts as Turkey launches a relentless offensive with Bilal Z90 leading the charge, declaring, "We are everywhere." Meanwhile, the Philippines, under the banner of Xtivona, counters with an overwhelming wave of support, proving that they can flip the table faster than you can say adobo. Germany's Jonas Lange U9er is rallying with a solid wall of determination, while Belarus is quietly plotting its next move, hoping to sneak in with a potato surprise. And what's this? Armenia just made a cameo. Will they ally with Turkey or stir the pot? This battlefield is hotter than a kebab on a grill. The battlefield is raging as the Philippines launches a spectacular wave of support, led by Xtivona, with an overwhelming force of flag-bearing units. Meanwhile, Turkey's Bilal Z90 is not holding back, counterattacking with a barrage of reinforcements. Showcasing their love for kebabs and Turkish delight, Vietnam's Hongguyen Jutu Wavu is rallying troops with a fierce resolve, while Alex the Gamer 101 joins the fray with Bosnia's unexpected but solid presence like a good savapi at a barbecue. And oh, what's this? North Korea's silent presence sparks whispers of intrigue, while Bad Babbitt brings in a massive Russian wave. It's a spicy match of geopolitics and food cultures, folks. tensions are skyrocketing as Turkey and Germany ramp up their forces with relentless comments flooding in. Bilalaydin Zinino is rallying the Turkish troops like a modern-day sultan, while Detlef Huppert's 1433 is assembling an army of Germans that could rival Oktoberfest. Meanwhile, the Serbians under Blavatsky 1884 are eyeing their neighbors with cautious ambition, while the Philippines under Xtavona is preparing for a massive battle cry. Did you know that although it's a tropical paradise, the Philippines still has the most epic karaoke battles? Get ready for the ultimate showdown as alliances form and betrayals loom among these nations. A wild showdown is erupting as Azerbaijan's forces led by non-stop 404 teams are charging in full force, while the Philippines, represented by the unstoppable Xtavona, rally their troops for an unyielding defense. Meanwhile, Lumi.2763 is amassing a battalion of Belarusian warriors hoping to catch everyone off guard in this chaotic battlefield. Will Poland, led by the valiant Xmatexes, be able to hold the line against this barrage of alliances, or will they fold under the pressure? Stay tuned, it's about to get explosive. The battlefield is heating up, folks. Lumi.Tau2763 is rallying the formidable forces of Belarus, sending wave after wave into the fray. Meanwhile, Xtavona is bringing the Philippines into the fight with an unstoppable surge. That's right. Get ready for a showdown where lumpia meets borscht. Don't forget about non-stop 440 megas, shouting Azerbaijan as if it's a battle cry. Are they starting a Caucasus war or just really love kebabs? And here comes Rip Lava D9Q with Bahrain charging in for some spicy action. With so many countries entering this chaotic clash, it's like a potluck where everyone brings their best dish. Chaos erupts as Ryabiskar video sends the mighty warriors of Nepal into battle. Meanwhile, Non-Stop 4 Infirmies rallies the relentless forces of Azerbaijan, determined to dominate the battlefield. And what's this? Xmatex is bringing in the Polish brigade for some pierogi-powered reinforcements. But don't forget the UAE's heavy artillery from Suleiman al-Danhani V4. They're not just here for the falafel, folks. Hold on to your hats. Because at Ideal 250's Uzbekistan is charging the front alongside at Yoshua Cortes A3739's Mexico. Watch out, because those tacos are about to get spicy, and with at Yabanan Reels Russia deploying an army of vodka-sipping soldiers. This conflict is heating up faster than a borscht pot on the stove. Keep those comments rolling and let's see which nations will rise to glory in this epic battle of the flags. The battlefield is alive with the sounds of national pride as the Philippines charges into the fray, led by at Stavona with an unstoppable wave of support. Meanwhile, the UAE, represented fiercely by at Suleiman Al-Dhanhani V4R, stands tall alongside Azerbaijan's formidable presence, as at nonstop 440 Ms rallies the troops with an all-out emoji. Russia, spearheaded by at Brumplay, is preparing to unleash a red tide, while Poland, represented by at XMatexX, is holding its ground with a determined stance. And what's this? Slovakia, under at Tomasz Martinek Kralik 76T, has thrown its hat into the ring, bringing in the unexpected twist. Remember folks, Poland may be great at pierogi, but can they handle the pressure of this international showdown? This is pure chaos, and it's only just getting started. Battles are raging as Azerbaijan charges onto the scene with at non-stop 440 Fs leading the charge. Meanwhile, at Brumplay is rallying Russia's troops. Will they join forces or clash in an epic showdown? Slovakia, represented by at Tomasz Martinek Kralik 76T, is caught in the crossfire, while the Netherlands adds its unique flair to the chaos. And don't forget about the seemingly endless battalions of Belarus rolling in, courtesy of at Lumi, or Cal 2763. Are they planning a sneaky attack or just showing off their impressive numbers? This is more intense than a Eurovision finale. Azerbaijan is rallying its forces like a firework factory on New Year's Eve. But wait, Russia is not backing down. Brumplay is sending wave after wave of Russian might, hoping to steamroll any opposition that comes their way. Meanwhile, Turkey is forming a tactical alliance, ready to jump in with Gülsimsmaz's reinforcements. And don't look now, but Kazakhstan is building an army of its own, proving they're more than just the land of steppe. This battle is shaping up to be a full-on international brawl, folks. chaos erupts as Russia, led by the relentless At-Brumplay, charges into the fray with a staggering wave of reinforcements, while At-Daryl sounds the alarm for an intense showdown. Azerbaijan, represented fiercely by At-Nonstop 404 Mays and At-Salam bin Rizi, is launching a counterattack, determined to turn the tide. Who knew that a country famous for its tea could brew such high-stakes drama? And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, here comes At-Ru waving the South Korean flag. Get ready for a surprise twist. Let's see if these nations can keep their alliances intact, or if it'll be a betrayal bonanza. A clash of titans erupts as Georgia charges into the fray with At-Lelab 6408 leading the charge, while Japan, represented by At-Autistic Furkan, prepares for a sneak attack. Russia is laying down firepower with At-Brumplay and At-Daryl rallying their forces, bringing the cold hard steel to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Turkey and Azerbaijan are forming an unexpected alliance, while South Korea, thanks to At-Ru, is shouting, "We want kimbap and kimchi." Get ready for some spicy drama, folks. Chaos reigns as the Russian forces surge forward in droves, led by the relentless At-Brumplay, whose army of Sachin is absolutely dominating the battlefield. Meanwhile, At-Lelab 6408 shouts from the sidelines for Georgia, ready to strike with a side of delicious khachapuri. And let's not overlook At-Sesenag representing Canada, who's probably busy building an igloo fortress to defend against the incoming waves from At-Mehmed Şimşek J8Q6G's Turkish troops. Remember, they say Turkish delight is a sweet way to win a war. As At-Gulamjan Bazbeva 3395 rallies the forces of Kazakhstan, the stakes rise higher with At-Tomasz Martina Kralik 76T waving the flag of Slovakia like it's a victory lap. What's next, folks? Will Azerbaijan's army rise from the shadows? Or are we witnessing a strategic alliance brewing? The battlefield is alive, and the action is just getting started. Azerbaijan is launching an all-out offensive as At-Nonstop 440 Mils bombards the battlefield with a relentless wave of units. Meanwhile, At-Brumplay's Russian forces are massing in the east, ready to counterattack. Will At-Merlin Fa de Konix Brazil and At-Tin 2209's Mexico join forces to broker a peace treaty over tacos and samba? Or will they get caught in the crossfire? Fun fact, the Brazilian national dish is feijoada, but I bet they'd prefer victory to a good stew right now. A fierce battle has ignited with Palestine charging onto the field, but wait, the Russians are rallying hard. At Zakor Pata and at Brumplay are flooding the chat with a red wave of determination, declaring their dominance time and again. Meanwhile, Turkey is positioning itself strategically, while Kazakhstan's forces seem to have brought an army of enthusiastic emojis, as if they're planning to smother their rivals with sheer numbers. At Just Orion is standing firm with Portugal, trying to remind the world that it was once a mighty seafaring nation. Let's see if they can navigate these turbulent waters. In the midst of this chaos, @SesNAGD is questioning the sanity of building igloos amidst the flames of war. This is a battlefield you won't want to miss. The battlefield is heating up as Russia storms onto the scene with an overwhelming surge of troops, thanks to @Brumplay and their relentless display of support. But wait, what's this? The USA, led by an army of comments from @Adrian Lopez Gonzalez G67, is countering with a solid defense, ready to bring freedom fries to the front lines. And just when you thought it was a two-nation showdown, here comes Kazakhstan from @Galimjan Basbov 3395, rolling in like a snowstorm full of friendly bears. Meanwhile, Egypt stands tall, ready to unleash its pharaohs and pyramids into the fray. What a tangled web of alliances and rivalries we have. Will it be a cold war or a hot mess? The battlefield is heating up as Russia, led by the relentless Brumplay, tries to dominate with their overwhelming forces, while the USA, champing at the bit thanks to Mr. John 844W6s, is ready to unleash the eagle. Romania and Canada are looking on nervously, choosing their moments to strike, and oh boy, South Africa and Brazil are also in the mix. Who will form alliances and who will betray? Looks like Italy is waiting for its pasta to boil before entering the fray. Chaos reigns as Bangladesh, led by the fervent Cheyenne T2B, dominates the battlefield with an unyielding wave of flag enthusiasm, charging into the fray like a cricket team on a winning streak. But wait, Brumplay's Russia isn't backing down, rallying like a vodka-fueled bear, ready to unleash an avalanche of flag power. Meanwhile, the Czech Republic is gearing up for a surprise invasion. But can they keep up with Bangladesh's relentless spirit? This is a showdown for the ages. The battlefield is ablaze as at Cheyenne T2B's Bangladesh forces storm in with an army of flags ready to overwhelm everything in their path. Meanwhile, at Lucas Fortnite is rallying the mighty German troops, boasting their precision and efficiency like a finely tuned machine. At Brumplay's relentless Russian brigade is holding the line, ready to make a comeback after their vodka-fueled hibernation. And look out, because at Amanda Griffin E3Y has called in the American reinforcements, fueled by freedom fries and ready to bring the noise. This is a global showdown like you've never seen before. Chaos erupts as East Timor joins the fray. Meanwhile, the relentless forces of Bangladesh led by at Cheyenne T2B are storming through with an army so massive it makes a Wikipedia page look like a pamphlet. Rumors spread that Germany, represented by at Lucas Fortnite, is gearing up for a strategic alliance with Mexico. But can they handle the spicy drama that is bound to follow? Oh, and let's not forget, with great beer comes great responsibility. The question is, can they keep their hands off each other's bratwurst? Battle lines are drawn and tensions are rising. The battlefield is heating up with Bangladesh charging forward, led by the unstoppable at Cheyenne T2B. Meanwhile, Mexico, represented by Aitana Kalani Marx, is throwing tacocos and a fiesta, while the Netherlands, under at Mr. Chippy 14, is mobilizing their windmills for an epic clash. And don't sleep on Germany, courtesy of at Lucas Fortnite, who's here to make efficiency a battle strategy. It's a culinary clash of cultures, folks. Who knew a taco could take on a bratwurst? As at Axe.det F2X brings in France, we might just have a gourmet war on our hands. Let the chaos continue. The clash is heating up as at Cheyenne T2B rallies the troops from Bangladesh with a relentless wave of support. Meanwhile, at Axe.F2X is leading the French forces with a gut-busting display of national pride. Who knew baguettes could be so powerful? But hold on, at Lucas Fortnite is here too, bringing the German might to the battlefield, ready to outmaneuver with precision. This is about to turn into a culinary showdown. Curry versus croissants versus bratwurst. Grab your popcorn, folks, it's about to get tasty. Tension is building on the battlefield as Saudi Arabia, represented by at Klasky Luigi, storms in with an unstoppable wave of forces. Meanwhile, at Axe.f2x is rallying the French troops, with an army of baguettes behind every soldier. Watch out though, Bangladesh, led by Akshay and TP, is gearing up to unleash a flood of shirts made of pure determination. Fun fact: if only we could combine France's culinary skills with Bangladesh's garment prowess, we'd have the tastiest and trendiest army ever. Brazil is storming the battlefield with a fierce wave of support from @Franciscouf, but oh boy, Germany is rallying with the power of @Lucas Fortnite, bringing in a relentless barrage of flags, and let's not forget the surprise invader, @Borislav Nankov, representing Bulgaria like a secret weapon, ready to shake things up. Meanwhile, @Axe.f2x is launching a flag frenzy for France. This is turning into a true international showdown, folks. Fun fact, did you know that the Eiffel Tower can sway in the wind? Hope it's not too windy for our French forces today. Brazil is charging onto the battlefield with @Franciscouf leading the samba dance of war, while Germany, represented by @Lucas Fortnite, is rallying its forces like a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, Thailand is feeling big and mighty thanks to @XA2026, who's clearly ready to unleash some pad Thai fury on the competition. And what's this? Turkey's @SalihZW4W is not just clucking around with a full-on poultry invasion, driving everyone into a frenzy. Did you know Germany invented the first recipe for currywurst? Looks like it's time to spice things up in this chaotic culinary showdown. The battlefield is heating up as Germany, with the relentless support from Lucas Fortnite, floods the arena with its iconic engineering might. But here comes France, led by the unstoppable Axe.f2x, rolling out a gourmet invasion faster than you can say baguette. Meanwhile, Brazil makes a bold move, with Franciscouf unleashing an army of samba dancers ready to fiesta their way to victory. And just like that, Russia and Turkey are starting to form unexpected alliances. Will they share a vodka toast or spark a brawl? It's a chaotic clash with a side of memes. France is storming the battlefield with an absolutely relentless wave of support from Axidech F2X, sending a brigade of baguettes and berets. But Brazil, led by Franciscouf and Ilya Maraujo, is not backing down. They're rumbling in with a Samba army, ready to take on all comers. Meanwhile, Germany's Lucas Fortnite is ready to unleash the efficiency of their well-oiled machine, while Poland's XA 2026 waves their flags like they're ready to jump into the fray. And let's not forget Mexico, with Itanakalani Marquez trying to stir things up with a spicy twist. Because who doesn't love tacos in a war zone? Chaos erupts as India clashes with Germany, and they're not coming alone. Brazil, led by the unstoppable Ilya Maraujo, is rallying an army of green and yellow flags, determined to dominate the battlefield. South Africa enters the fray with an impressive show of force, while Argentina, led by the relentless Suleiman Al-Danhani, is ready to tango in this unprecedented war. And shout out to our power player Cheyenne T2B, banned for being too strong. Guess that's one way to avoid the drama. The battlefield is heating up as Ukraine unleashes a wave of support with a barrage of soldiers ready to charge. SA 2807 is rallying the troops, but what's this? South Africa, represented boldly by Lucas Dolejai 5428, is stepping in with a fierce roar. And oh boy, AG 3 keeps bringing Russia into the fray like a persistent meme in the comment section. Consider this the ultimate can we not moment. Meanwhile, Brazil, led by the relentless Ilya Maraujo, is stacking up those flags like they're going for a world record. Let's not forget Cheyenne T2B feeling small, while Adam Shymanchak V4W is claiming giant status. Clearly, size matters in this chaotic clash, and for a fun twist, who knew virtual hugs could be such a powerful weapon on this battlefield? The BRICS alliance is alive and kicking. Chaos erupts as Hungary storms the battlefield with an overwhelming wave of support from Ferenc, while Poland flexes with its giant. Adam's calling for a colossal clash. Brazil is flooding the field, thanks to Ilya, who's serving up a carnival of flags and samba moves, while the Philippines and their giant are about to join this fiesta. Hold on to your hats, because the South Africans are marching in with a fierce spirit. Rauyu is rallying the troops with an explosive display of support for Kyrgyzstan. They're not just in this war, they're in it to win it. And just when you thought it couldn't get wilder, we have France poised and ready for an unexpected alliance. What's next? An Ottoman Empire comeback. Get ready for the most epic showdown of alliances and rivalries yet. The battlefield is heating up with Poland charging fiercely onto the front lines. Callisto is rallying the Polish forces like a true general, while Brazil is firing back with an overwhelming number of troops from Iliamara-Ujo, who's clearly taking a more is more approach. And wait, what's this? Kazakhstan has entered the fray thanks to Fatima, while Georgia is trying to hold its own amidst the chaos, asking for big support from Tamatirimats. Meanwhile, Indonesia is storming in with an impressive wave of reinforcements from Jahipa YT, ready to shake things up. Who knew this world conflict could be so colorful? The battlefield is heating up as Indonesia storms in with an impressive wave of troops led by Rizikbal Nation. Poland isn't backing down, with Callisto Totally Real 62 rallying for their cause, while Saudi Arabia, represented fiercely by Zizo GZ50J, is deploying an alarming number of reinforcements. And what's this? Brazil, with its carnival flair, is making a bold push thanks to Iliamara-Ujo and Diego Souza C5Y, reminding everyone that they can samba their way through any situation. Meanwhile, the Ivory Coast is showing up to the party, bringing some Coco solidarity with Pop H1M7J's relentless support. Did someone say too many cooks spoil the broth? More like too many flags spoil the battlefield. An epic clash brews as Saudi Arabia, represented fiercely by Zizo GZ50J, storms the battlefield with a relentless wave of flags. Meanwhile, Algeria slips onto the scene, looking to stir things up against Poland, whose forces are being rallied by Callisto Totally Real 62. Watch out, there's a potential triple threat brewing. With Brazil's Iliamara-Ujo sounding the horns of war, the stakes have never been higher, especially with Russia entering the fray, courtesy of UMHNK. Fun fact, did you know that Brazilians are famed for their samba? But in this war they might be dancing around combat strategies instead. The chaos continues. Saudi Arabia's forces are storming the battlefield, overwhelming the opposition with a relentless wave of enthusiasm from Zizo. Meanwhile, the icy grip of Russia, called in by UMHK, is eyeing the chaos, ready to unleash some serious vodka-fueled tactics. Poland's troops, led by Callisto, Totally Real 62, are trying to forge alliances but keep getting distracted by the sheer volume of Brazilian reinforcements from Ilha Araújo, who just can't stop sending in those party vibes. And let's not forget about the Ivory Coast, which is clearly staging a serious Banana Republic uprising, thanks to Pop H1M7J's unwavering support. The battlefield is heating up with Georgia ready to charge, while Brazil leads the charge with a battalion of tropical warriors. Watch out, Poland is deploying an entire army of comets determined to overshadow the samba rhythms of Brazil with their pierogi-shaped tanks. And what's this? Morocco just dropped into the chaos like a spicy harissa grenade, shaking things up. As we rally our alliances, let's not forget the stereotypes. Brazilians can't stop dancing, while Poles know how to party with a pot of bigos. Will these nations dance or clash? Buckle up, viewers. Brazil is surging into the battlefield, led by @Brecken L1I1Y, throwing down a carnival-colored gauntlet. Meanwhile, @Cheyenne T2B has rallied the forces of Bangladesh, ready to spice things up with some curry diplomacy. Over in the corner, @Callisto Totally Real 62 is waving Poland's flag like it's a national dance party, while @Pop H1M7J is serving up a tropical storm of Ivorian troops. It's a wild mix of samba and pierogies, folks. And just when you think it can't get crazier, @Ukraina 2208 has entered the fray with Ukraine. Don't underestimate their sunflower power. Chaos erupts as Brazil's forces flood the battlefield with overwhelming numbers, led by the relentless @Brecken L1I1Y and @Ilha Araújo. Meanwhile, @Lambdektafitin Manedet rallies the USA troops with a relentless spirit, ready to challenge anyone who dares to stand in their way. On the other front, @Dario 82 proudly waves the Polish flag, but can they handle the full-on assault from Bangladesh, represented by the enthusiastic @Cheyenne T2B? The battlefield is heating up, and just like a Swedish meatball on a summer's day, things are going to get spicy. It's a full-blown Nordic storm as Sweden launches a relentless wave of flags led by the fierce Henry Wemelius. Meanwhile, Poland's forces, bolstered by Dario82 and Callisto Tolly 62, are marching in with their infamous pierogi-powered troops. Brazil, the Samba warriors, can't stop flooding the battlefield. Davilucas Ferreira Gomes 2727 and Brecken L1I1Y are making sure everyone knows just how passionate they are. And don't forget the rising might of Bangladesh, as Shayan T2B calls in an endless tide of support, proving that curry isn't the only thing that packs a punch. The battlefields are ablaze with the fervor of Brazil, as Davilucas Ferreira Gomes 2727 Brecken L1I1Y rally the yellow and green troops. But wait, America is storming in with a fierce shout from Lambdek to Manetit, ready to show off some good old-fashioned fireworks. Meanwhile, Poland's army, led by Dario82, is not backing down either, flinging pierogi grenades all over the place. Did you know the only thing more passionate than a Brazilian football fan is a Brazilian waving their flag in this war? Get ready for a showdown between chicken nuggets and feijoada, folks. Brazil is storming the battlefield with an avalanche of support from Ilha Maraujo and Davilucas Ferreira Gomes 2010-727. They're bringing the samba vibes and an army that seems unstoppable. But wait, Sweden, led by Henry Wemelius, is attempting a sneaky invasion with their famous meatballs and furniture assembly skills. Meanwhile, the USA is charging in with a rally cry from Lambdek to Manetit, ready to unleash a barrage of burgers and freedom. Will Brazil's dance moves outmatch the strategic IKEA tactics of Sweden, or will the American dream take the crown? Buckle up, folks, this battle just got spicy. battlefield is heating up as the USA, led by Lamdektefaten prepares to clash with Brazil, the powerhouse of samba and soccer, brought forth by Brecken L1I1Y and allies like Davalukas Ferrargomes 2727 and Arthur Joga. Meanwhile, Turkey, represented by @1907 Fef Betis, is eyeing a surprise maneuver, and Sweden, championed by Henry Wemilius, is strategizing from the snowy north, likely planning a surprise IKEA ambush. And let's not forget the relentless onslaught from Bangladesh, courtesy of Cheyenne T2B, who's sending waves of support that could rival any cricket crowd. Buckle up, folks, it's about to get wild. The battlefield is ablaze as Bangladesh rolls in with sheer numbers led by the relentless Cheyenne T2B. The Brazilians with Brecken L1I1Y and Arthur Joga Tar are samba dancing their way into the fray, but can their rhythm withstand the relentless onslaught from the Bangladeshi forces? Meanwhile, Turkey's @9907 Fuf Bedits is poised to strike, likely declaring a kebab-themed alliance in the chaos. And let's not forget Sweden's Henry Wemilius, who's bringing the heat with more Swedes than IKEA has meatballs. What a bizarre culinary war we have here. The battlefield is heating up as Bangladesh rushes in to face a relentless wave of Brazilian forces, with Arthur Joga Attar leading the samba charge. Meanwhile, Henry Wemelius is sounding the Swedish horn, gearing up for a frosty confrontation. Who knew meatballs couldn't pack such a punch? And don't sleep, says Sanjarbek of Dalayev H8Q7B representing Uzbekistan. They're like the stealthy ninjas of this war, appearing out of nowhere. Buckle up, folks, this war has officially become a spicy dance-off. Chaos erupts as Bangladesh steps into the arena, rallying its forces under the banner of unity. But wait, Brazil is charging in with a dazzling display of football skills and carnivals, ready to samba its way to victory. Meanwhile, Sweden's army is relentless, chanting Sweden like it's a war cry, trying to keep its cool while dishing out some well-timed meatball jokes to distract the opposition. As alliances shift, Lamdektefaten and Brecken L1I1Y keep chanting for Brazil. But will they be able to withstand the fierce competition from the other nations, or face a betrayal of epic proportions? chaos erupts as Brazil storms the battlefield with an overwhelming force. At Brecken L1I1Y and at Ilha Maraujo are rallying the Brazilian troops, chanting their name louder than a carnival parade. Meanwhile, the Russian front is relentless. Led by at Galim Kunakbayev Wunj, sending a wave of red banners that could very well make the Kremlin shake with pride. And don't forget Bangladesh, represented fiercely by at Cheyenne T2B, who's flooding the comments like it's a monsoon season. Amidst this international brawl, let's not overlook the underdog tales. At Henry Wamilius is flying the Swedish flag with an enthusiasm that makes IKEA look like child's play. And as at Imran al-Agagwaf throws Morocco into the fray, I can only imagine them trying to negotiate a truce over some couscous. The tension is thick, folks. Keep those flags flying high. The battle is heating up as Brazil, led by at Brecken L1I1Y, rallies its forces with a roaring chorus of green and yellow. But hold on to your hats, because Russia, commanded by at Galim Kunakbayev Wunj, is unleashing a barrage of vodka-fueled reinforcements that'll make you question if we're at a dance party or a military parade. Meanwhile, Morocco, represented by at Imran al-Agwaf, is plotting a surprise maneuver that could turn the tide. Did you know Brazil's coffee could fuel an entire army? Let's see if that caffeine high helps them against the Russian bear. The battle lines are drawn as Morocco, represented fiercely by Imran al-Agawaf, brings an army of enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the relentless Russian forces led by Galim Kunakbayev are overrunning the chat. But can they withstand Brazil's spectacular Samba squad led by Brecken L1I1Y? And don't sleep on Germany's Cheyenne T2B, who's sending wave after wave of Teutonic valor into the fray. Hold on. We've got alliances forming with Finland's Wienerins and a surprising entry from Sri Lanka's Ash Rise. What's next? Will Mozambique's Valeria Campos 6623 manage to establish a strategic position? Or will the relentless Brazilian brigade just keep dancing their way to victory? The battlefield is erupting with madness as Brazil charges in, with a relentless army of flags, led by none other than Ilham Araújo, who's clearly aiming to samba their way to victory. Meanwhile, Valeria Campos 6623 is rallying forces with Mozambique. But can they keep up with the Brazilian rhythm? Oh, and Germany's Cheyenne T2B is flexing their epic flag brigade. Are they ready to bring some serious bratwurst to this party or what? And what's this? Fumble. Landektetentmanet is sending in the Chinese battalion like it's a manufacturing expo gone wild. The only thing more numerous than those flags might be the jokes about how German efficiency is about to clash with their own obsession for precision. Get ready for dive-bombing tacos as Matthew Marty brings in Mexico to spice things up. Grab your popcorn, folks, this war's about to heat up like a spicy mole. Absolute chaos as Brazil floods the battlefield with reinforcements. Brecken L1I1Y is rallying the troops with a sea of green and yellow, while China's marches in like it's the Great Wall of Strategy with Landektetentmanet leading the charge. Chile, represented fiercely by Valeria Campos 6623, is not backing down, ready to defend its mountains or possibly just its spicy food. And what's this? Morocco, led by Imran Al-Aghlaf, is coming in hot with waves of troops. Are they bringing tagines, or just looking to spice things up? Looks like the Philippines is also gearing up for an epic showdown against the looming threat of Spain. Grab your popcorn, folks, this war is about to get very spicy. The battlefield is raging as Morocco deploys wave after wave of reinforcements, with Imran Al-Aghlaf rallying the troops for a fierce assault. Meanwhile, China, led by Shuzikian and backed by Landektetentmanet, is strategizing a giant panda surprise attack. Who knew their secret weapon was cuteness? Sweden, represented by Henry Wimelius, is holding strong with their iconic meatballs at the ready, while Spain, powered by A10NZ0G1 Entero and Jonjel Martinez 557, is preparing for a flamenco firestorm. Oh, and did anyone invite Chile to the party? Because Valeria Campos 6623 keeps sending in the troops like they're the life of the fiesta. the Philippines has rallied their forces alongside Spain, ready to take on the might of China, who just keeps throwing their weight around like they own the place. Meanwhile, Morocco is not backing down either, sending wave after wave of troops to reinforce their position. And Russia? They're lurking in the shadows, plotting their classic Cold War strategies, while Chile tries to keep the party lively with a flag parade that just won't quit. Who knew diplomacy could be this chaotic? Players like @A10NZ0G1 and T0 and @Imran Alagawaf are feeling the heat. Who will emerge victorious in this epic showdown? The battlefield is heating up as Chile rallies with an unstoppable wave of emojis, led by @Valeria Campos 6623. Meanwhile, Russia is looking to assert its dominance with @Lamdektivitk Manedit fueling the tension with repeated declarations of their presence. Over in the east, Turkey, represented fiercely by @BlinksX82, is ready to shake things up. And don't count out our friends from USA, @Eva45G6I, who are bringing a full-on patriotic blitz that could rival any 4th of July fireworks show. Now, in a plot twist, @Zolbu91 has brought Mongolia into the fray, while @Henry Wimelius is calling for Japan to join the dance. Can these nations create alliances, or will betrayals lead to a chaotic showdown? And let's not forget the rivalry brewing between Vietnam, represented by @VietnamF2N, who's clearly not happy with the unfolding drama. Get ready for an epic showdown, folks. Chaos erupts as Russia storms the battlefield again, thanks to @Lamdektivitk Manedit leading the charge with relentless reinforcements. The UK, represented by @Harry Roberts 03U, tries to hold strong but faces a barrage of Russian might. Meanwhile, @Vietnam F2N is sending in the Vietnamese troops like it's a noodle competition, quantity over quality. Right? And what's this? Japan, led by @Henry Wimelius, is assembling an impressive army for a samurai showdown. But can they slice through the Russian onslaught? Hold on to your sushi rolls, because @DogaTVX7 is rallying Vietnam for a determined counterattack, while @BadBabbit seems to have formed the Russia Forever Regiment. Will the cherry blossoms bloom victorious, or will the Russian bear smother them under its paws? It's a wild world conflict, folks. The battlefield is heating up as Vietnam charges in, led by the relentless Doga TV X7, ready to unleash some serious Phocian fury. But wait, look out. Russia with the mighty Daniel 26 co-official and the ever-determined Bad Babbitt is rolling in like a bear onto Bender, determined to assert their presence with a flurry of flags. Meanwhile, Japan has launched a surprise attack with Henry Wimelius shouting their name like a battle cry. Talk about samurai spirit. And don't forget the fierce representation from India thanks to Luduvo News, who's clearly not holding back, while China, under Shuzichi, is ready for a great wall of defense. It's a chaotic clash of cultures, each vying for dominance, but I have to ask, will there be a sushi roll alliance or will we see a curry-laden brawl? Keep those comments coming, warriors of the keyboard. The battlefield is heating up as Belarus unleashes a relentless wave of flags led by Allow Animations. In response, Vietnam is storming the front lines at full force, thanks to Doga TVX7 and Vietnam F2N rallying their troops. Meanwhile, China, represented fiercely by Shu Zijin, is bringing its A-game with an impressive barrage, while North Korea is not backing down, thanks to Hiko the Weirdo's loyal supporters. Did you know that while Japan is known for its sushi, Henry Wimelius's army seems to be rolling out more than just culinary delights? The erupting rivalry with Russia, led by Daniel 26K official, is about to make waves. Who will emerge victorious in this chaotic tapestry of flags and flames? The international showdown continues. The battlefield is heating up as India launches a full-scale attack initiated by Luduvo News, who declared their loyalty with a barrage of comments. But wait, Vietnam, led by Doga TVX7, is rallying its forces, stirring the pot for a spicy showdown. Meanwhile, China, under the command of Shuziqian, marches in with numbers that could rival a panda's appetite for bamboo. And don't forget about Daniel 26K officials' relentless Russian forces, prepared to dominate with their ice-cold strategy. In this chaos, we have North Korea's Hiko Weirdo sending out waves of troops like they're handing out free samples. It looks like everyone's ready to make their mark, so grab your popcorn, folks. Who will emerge victorious? And who will be left waving the white flag? battlefield is heating up with North Korea's relentless army charging forward. At Heiko the Weirdo is leading the charge with an overwhelming wave of troops, but hold on tight because Russia, represented fiercely by @Daniel26K official and @BadBabbit, is not backing down. It's a standoff of epic proportions, and any moment could ignite a full-blown clash. Meanwhile, @Shuziqian from China is strategizing in the shadows, ready to unleash a surprise attack on whoever's left standing. Did you know that Russians love their borscht and vodka almost as much as they love a good brawl? With such a battleground full of flags flying high, it's a spicy mix that could get hilariously chaotic. Watch for the memes to spark as nations rally and alliances form. The battlefield is heating up as Russia charges with an overwhelming force, led by the valiant @Daniel26K official and @Lamdek causing the ground to shake beneath the onslaught. Meanwhile, North Korea, with an unyielding wave of support from @Kofirdo, is sending in reinforcements like they're training for World Cup. And don't sleep on China, spearheaded by @Shuziqian, who's aiming for a diplomatic win amidst the chaos. Because who doesn't love a good meme while they strategize, right? Get your popcorn, folks. This battle is just heating up. The battlefield is heating up as Russia launches an all-out assault with an army of comments from @NoobGamerWBKN and @Daniel26K official. Meanwhile, North Korea, led by Heiko Weirdo, is sending out waves of determination, rivaling even the sheer enthusiasm of Brazil's cheer from @Eva45G6I. Did someone mention China? @Shuziqian is rallying support with a relentless stream of reinforcements, ready to take on all challengers in this chaotic geopolitical showdown. Can Russia handle the combined might of China and the spirited Brazilian Sams? Get ready for an epic showdown. the battlefield is heating up. Russia, represented fiercely by Daniel 26K official and Bad Babbitt, is rallying its forces with an overwhelming wave of flags. Meanwhile, Shuzikian's relentless push from China is making waves, creating a historical rivalry that has the internet buzzing like a beehive. Fun fact: did you know that China has a 5,000-year-old history? So they've had plenty of time to perfect their strategies. And wait, a surprise alliance? Here comes the mighty Brazilian reinforcement from EVA 45G6I. Samba might just turn the tide. Looks like we're in for a show of skill and tactical flair. Who will emerge victorious in this epic flag warfare? The battlefield is heating up as China leads the charge, with Shuziki unleashing a tidal wave of support. Meanwhile, at Daniel 26K officials, Russians are flexing their muscles, determined to show they're not just all vodka and cold winters. And just when you thought things couldn't get crazier, at Rafa Videos Aleatorios and their Brazilians are samba dancing right into the fray. Who knew international conflicts could turn into a dance party? Chaos erupts as China leads the charge with an overwhelming force from Shuchin, sending a tidal wave of support crashing into the battlefield. But don't count out Russia. Bad Babbitt and Essenbek Dekanbayev are stacking those troops like it's a Tetris game gone wild. Meanwhile, Amaral Lorca is rallying the Chilean forces, perhaps hoping to cook up some empanadas for morale. And what's this? Rafa Videos Aleatorios brings in Brazil, probably ready to samba right into the conflict. This battle is heating up faster than a spicy citron dish. Chaos erupts as Poland, represented by Alan Szubertowicz, marshals its troops into battle, ready to face off against the relentless surge of China, led by Shuzikian, who seems to have summoned an army of flag-waving warriors. Meanwhile, the mighty US forces from Ludovo News are building a formidable front, hoping to be the ultimate peacekeepers or the most chaotic wildcard in this global conflict. And let's not forget the Kingdom of Kyrgyzstan, rigidly rallying behind Essenbek Dekanbayev, ready to show that just like their national dish, they can mix things up in style. The battlefield is ablaze with the stars and stripes dominating the skies as @Luvo News rallies the US forces, sending wave after wave of support. But hold on tight, because @Henry Wamelius is charging in from the east with an army of Chinese resolve ready to clash. Meanwhile, @Bad Babbitt is bringing the Russian bear into the mix, but let's be real. Are they here to throw vodka or launch a surprise attack? And let's not forget the courageous warriors from Kyrgyzstan, led by @Esenbek Dikhanbayev, who are ready to surprise us all with their mountain tactics. This is a smorgasbord of chaos, folks. Grab your popcorn. The battlefield is heating up as @Luduvo News rallies the massive US forces with a staggering number of flag calls. Meanwhile, @Esenbek Dikhanbayev is all about that Kyrgyzstan hustle, but can they withstand the relentless American wave? It's a classic case of too many burgers and not enough cloth. And hold on to your chopsticks, because @Henry Wamelius is bringing in China for the numbers game. But how will they handle the culinary smackdown? Meanwhile, @Bad Babbitt seems to be flexing like a true Russian bear. But will they join forces with the red, white, and blue or clash head-on? The stakes are high, folks. Battleground is heating up as China, represented by our relentless warrior @Henry Wamelius, floods the field with waves of support trying to drown out the fierce American forces led by @Luduvo News. Meanwhile, our Czech ally, @Jitka Matarova, RC9VM, stands firm, trying to hold the line with their classic Czech stubbornness. It's like trying to move a mountain. And don't count out @Bad Babbitt's Russians, flexing like they just finished a world power workout, ready to take advantage of any slip-up. Will Canada sneak in for a surprise attack, or will @Vitoli's Ukraine rise to the occasion? Hold on to your flags, this is just getting started. battlefield is erupting as Ukraine rallies its troops with relentless support from @Vitaly, sending wave after wave of soldiers into the fray. Meanwhile, @Henry Wamelius leads the charge for China, deploying reinforcements faster than anyone can say Great Wall. And don't count out the United States. @Luduvo News is on deck, raising the flag with an army so big it might just take a coffee break mid-battle. But hold on tight. @Bad Babbitt has launched a surprise assault from Russia with enough red flags to make an entire parade jealous. Which country will claim ultimate victory in this chaotic clash of nations? Let's find out. The battlefield is erupting as @Henry Wamelius unleashes a tidal wave of Chinese soldiers, ready to dominate. But hold on to your helmets because @Bad Babbitt is deploying a formidable Russian force, and they're not here for tea time. Meanwhile, @Barionaxbro 224 is rallying Lithuania with an impressive display of patriotism. Who doesn't love a good underdog story? Just remember folks, China may have the numbers, but everyone knows Lithuania has the best basketball players per capita. The stage is set for an epic clash. Kazakhstan steps onto the battlefield, ready to defend its honor against the onslaught from China, which is launching a relentless wave of emoji troops. Meanwhile, India rallies its forces with a Jai Hind battle cry, while the UAE is doubling down with a flashy display of influence. And hold up, Lithuania, led by @Barionaxbro 224, is bravely standing its ground, but will it survive the Russian bear's fierce roar? Looks like it's a classic case of, who can give the most emojis to win? Just remember folks, while China might bring the numbers, India can always throw in a spicy curry to keep them guessing. Let's see how this chaotic war unfolds. Tensions are rising as the USSR and China lock horns in the ultimate showdown. @Henry Wamelius is sending a massive wave of Chinese reinforcements, flooding the battlefield like it's the Great Wall's last stand. Meanwhile, @Barionaxbro 224 from Lithuania is waving their flag fiercely, probably ready to take on some of that Chinese firepower. Remember folks, if you think the USSR loves its vodka, wait till you see how China loves its dumplings in this battle royale. And let's not forget the UAE, Adamoygat 472, sending out an air force of luxury cars, because what's a war without style? Lithuania is storming the battlefield with relentless fervor, led by our very own @BarionAxPro224, who's rallying the troops with a never-ending wave of flags. Meanwhile, @Henry Wamelius and his mighty China are firing back with a volley of red flags that could light up the sky. And don't underestimate @Brecken L1I1Y, who's bringing Brazil into the mix. It's like a carnival in here. Watch out. @Emojikatsafa472's UAE is also preparing to unleash a surprise attack with their flashy flare. Who knew this would turn into a global dance party? The stakes are high and the rhythms are wild. Let's see who will rise and who will fall. The battlefield is ablaze as Brazil floods in with a barrage of green and yellow. Brecken L1I1Y is leading the charge with a massive Brazilian army, while Henry Wamelius is orchestrating a colossal Chinese response. No one expected this clash of titans. Meanwhile, Semplays 1903 is bringing some spicy Indian troops to the